Hello there. Good morning, everybody. My name is Gruff Donar, and I'm streaming from aboard the Twilight Saber. Tell me what y'all think of the logo. I'm experimenting with stuff. Right now, I'm experimenting with the cereal in my mouth. Make sure I'm not muted this time, good God. We're here to talk about more Andor today. And this should be fun. Let me finish getting some stuff ready. Actually, I do need to post one more link somewhere. So let me do that. Sorry, I'm just on Twitter getting assaulted by good art. Let me focus and actually post the link somewhere. I've been trying to use Blue Sky more, but like it's just not as fun as Twitter. I'm sorry. I like Blue Sky. I see what I want, like, from who I'm following faster. But there's just not enough craziness. Plus, there's all the people whining about politics, which I do not care for. Really don't care for. Let's see here. They're posting clips of House. What in the world? Hold on. Hold on. I gotta hear. I can't show it. I don't think. Let's test this out. Let this be a test run of. Let this be a test run. Let's try it. Try this out. Alright, now before I play it, let me play around with the... That was weird. Let me play around with the filter. Where's the filters? There they are. I'm still trying to figure this out, so let me put this to... For some reason, it's not changing. I'm trying to make it like translucent, but it's not working. Let me like do this. Let me see. On, off, on, off. There's literally no difference. Hold on, let me make sure. Let's see. On, off, on, off. There really is no difference. Holy cow. Why is there no difference? Hello? I would like to make the screen transparent, please. Is it... It's not chroma key. It's not... What's apply LUT? What is that? Apply LUT. None of this is changing anything. That's okay. I got something up my sleeve. Check this out. Whoopsh. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look the best, but it's what we got. All right, so let's see how this works. Let's check it out. Let's try. Let's look at this random house clip as our test dummy.
They're gonna get you.
He's talking to this little kid. Say,
they're coming through the walls. They're gonna take you, torture you.
Bro, look at his face. I love this. It says, let me look at the actual.
Never see your parents again.
Bro. It says, meet my friends after they prank me with the 90 milligrams of THC gummy worm, because this is what was posted. Was this. And like, they're gonna get you.
They're gonna get you.
That's so funny. Holy cow. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's amazing. Anyway. Enough of that. We move on. Oh wait, wrong thing. Oh, this is gonna be a new experience for all of us. I'm gonna make sure y'all can't see that. I'm still eating my cereal. I gotta hurry up and finish it, so I'm not munching on it while we're talking about Andor. Oh yeah, they had some Star Wars films back in theaters. I didn't get to go watch any of them, unfortunately. I'll just have to wait for the next anniversary or something. Isn't the 50th anniversary in like 2 years? That'll be fun. Let me get this off screen. This looks better, I think, than this. I really wish I could figure out how to make this transparent. It's so weird that I can't. Let's see, blending mode? No. Blending method? No. Very strange. I guess I could just Google it. Let's try Google. How to make images transparent in Streamlabs. Okay, I don't want to remove a specific color. I want to make the entire thing transparent. Is that not possible? Bruh. I love Streamlabs. 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 Woo! Let me put the music back on. Guys, I'm starting to think it's not possible. That's unfortunate, if true. Well, we could always move on. It's not strictly necessary. It would be nice, but whatever. I'll just have to make my own transparent image. So let's get that off the screen. Stupid logo, never helped me. All right, let's get on with it. Get on with it. Shut up and get on with it! Andor, where have you gone? There it is. Oh, wait, no. Alright. Let's get started. Shut up. Okay, so let me just actually get to where we need to be. Let me get to the actual show. Alright, so here we are. Let me get this on screen. Oh wait, hold on. There we go. So, here's Andor. Andor. Some intense violence. I don't know, do y'all think it should be categorized as intense violence? I don't think so. So I obviously can't show the entire show in its entirety, so I will be switching back and forth between like having this on screen so that, you know, I don't get nuked by Disney. But yeah, now that we're here, I'll turn the music off, that way, you know, it's not distracting too much. Alright, time to get started. Well, I guess before I get started, I should address something that was asked of me before. And that is actually, hold on, I have to pull up a document because I was writing notes. I really gotta figure out my flow for this because I'm floundering, like trying to figure out where everything is, because I had everything set up for games. Now I'm doing TV and it's not going so well for me. But anyway, let me just take a look at this document. All right, so to start off with, we have to go back to the last arc. We have to go back to the rape scene. We have to address that scene again. So when I was talking about that scene, all I had seen of it was that, oh, people were getting mad at it for being potentially political. And I said my whole piece on that. I'm not going to say it all again. Apparently, so I saw this afterward, and it was also pointed out to me afterward, because if you remember Rabid, he was asking specifically that I address this, and I addressed the scene, but in a completely different way than what he had in mind. Apparently, people are upset that there's a attempted rape scene in Star Wars at all. And I know where they're coming from. They're like, oh, Star Wars is supposed to be for everybody. I don't... Listen, Star Wars has been for everybody, but it also hasn't. Like, you don't see anyone saying that the Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen scene from A New Hope, oh, that's for kids. Or when the guy gets his arm chopped off and there's blood and gore, that's for kids. Or the Wampa eats little bits of the Tauntaun, or the Tauntaun gets sliced open by the lightsaber and there's gore, oh, that's not for kids. Or you don't hear people saying, yeah, that's for kids. What else? Darth Maul getting chopped in half. Even though there's no gore, it's a bit freaky if you're a kid. You're like, oh my god, he got chopped in half. Or you're a kid and you're like, that's so cool. But yeah, like, Star Wars has always had mature scenes and themes. There's even been sexual assault in the original trilogy and in the Clone Wars TV show. But yeah, I guess these people didn't know that. I don't know. I didn't think to comment on it before, but I probably should have. But yeah, that's it. I don't have anything else to say. Like, get over it. Star Wars has been mature before. It'll be mature after this. It's gonna happen. Like, am I saying that the rape scenes are inevitable? No, it's up to the personal choice of the writers. But am I gonna think it's that big of a deal when it's in a show that's been established as the gritty, grounded, mature show? No, I'm not. And it's in season 2. This isn't. You're not gonna watch all of Andor season 1 and then suddenly get flashbanged by this. So yeah, that's all I have to say about this so far. Unless anyone brings it up and they have another point to bring, that's all I have to say. Cool. Moving on to Andor season 2, episode 4. Ever been to Gorman? That's the title of it. So we get the title drop. And we get this. We get freaking this. Let me go ahead and take this off. 1 year later. It is, once again, an entire year later since the last episode of Andor. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I remember thinking like, oh, because I saw a story, a news story about how the creator wanted Andor to be 5 seasons, but it's only going to be 2. And I was like, oh, interesting, because in the beginning of Andor, like in season 1, episode 1, it says we're 5 years before the Battle of Yavin. And here it says 1 year later, and we're at 3 BBY. Now, and so Andor season 1 was 5 BBY. The first arc of season 2 was 4 BBY. The second arc were 3 BBY. Is every arc going to be 1 year apart? There's going to be a 1 year separation between between all of them, because that would be very interesting. We get to see these characters grow in a much accelerated rate than we would see them before, because before you have to show the gradual change and you have to make sure it all makes sense, which you still have to do here. Don't get me wrong. That's still accomplished here. But having that jump, you get to see it at a much more rapid pace, because you see where those gradual changes lead. You see the beginning of something in an arc, and then fast forward a year later, you see how that setup has been paid off a year later. It's very, very interesting. And it doesn't just happen with characters, it happens with the different planets. You can bet your bottom dollar we're going to see this with Gorman. I feel like Gorman is going to be the centerpiece of this mechanic, shall we say. But anyway, moving on. I keep hitting the wrong thing. So, we open up on a panel. Some kind of electrical panel. And it comes into focus, and we see a hand raise up this mix. This it looks like a mixer, like on a soundboard, but that's not what this is. So for anyone who has seen the show, you might be able to recognize this is Dr. Gorst's torture machine. And immediately, once he raises up the levels, we see Bix wake up. Very interesting. So she's still dreaming of Dr. Gorst, it seems. And can't really hear it here because I have it on mute, but there's this creepy, pained moaning coming from somewhere in the apartment. It's a very creepy sound. Like, if I heard this coming from within my apartment, I would be freaking out too. It's very, very creepy. So Bix says she hears this and she gets up and look, it's Andor or Cassian. Cassian. So I this is another thing I should have talked about, but I for some reason I didn't. Is oh y'all can see that? That's annoying. One thing I should have said is that Andor and Bix getting together seemed like a great possibility. Like, even from the first show, they seem to have history. But then, in the first arc, Bix, she was talking about her husband to Lieutenant Kroll, and at first I thought that it was just a cover story to get him to leave her alone. But as we'll see in the next 3 episodes, it was much more grounded in reality than I thought. Oh yeah, and I should also say I thought it was really funny how the previously on what the heck? Weird. The previously on segment, like where it's say previously on Andor, it doesn't mention the rebel survivors at all. They really were only there to keep Cassian out of the story for 2 whole freaking episodes, and I hate it. Here. But also, they didn't mention Tay Kolma or anything having to do with Mon Mothma, which I think was really weird. Also, I have written in my notes that I love the Andor theme. I find myself humming it a lot, which is true. I do find myself humming it a lot. Like, I'll just be working and be like, I like it. It's nice. Yeah, I'm reading my notes still, so we're going a little bit back, but with every arc being 1 year apart, and if there's 4 arcs in this show, because 3 episodes, 4 arcs, that makes for 12 episodes, which was the same amount of episodes in season 1. That's gonna be 5 years in total, which will very nicely slot in to Rogue One by the time the series is over. And let's see here. It'll be very interesting to see how Gorman, Coruscant, and the rest of the galaxy changes in the coming years under increasingly difficult Imperial occupations and control. And yes, I forgot to mention this. When the... How should I say this? When the... when it shows the 1 year later thing, it plays the toll of the Ferrex bell, which is a wonderful callback. I love it. It's very creative, and I love it being called back to the Cassian's roots, shall we say. And also, it just establishes the tone so well. So very, very well. Right, let's go ahead and go on with the show. I'm so lost, but it's cool. Don't worry. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna get through this together. So Bix, she hears a noise coming from her apartment. She gets up to go look for it. And dude, we see they're in a much nicer apartment than they were in, like, well, it's not nice, but it's more, I say, pedestrian, if that makes any sense. It's not some workshop that can be packed up and taken somewhere on a whim. It's not a warehouse, or it's not a house filled with tools or something like on Ferrex. It's just an apartment. So, and we see a light go past, and it vibrates the apartment, so they must be living near a road or something. Or they're living on Coruscant, and that was a speeder going past. Ooh, that's really nice. The as the speeder or whatever it is goes past, and it shines a light on Bix. You can see the light go like into the foreground, or into the background, I should say. Like it just keeps going, and the way it's shot is very, very nice. Let me show it to you guys real quick. Very, very cool. Here it comes. So the vehicle, it says vehicle passing by. There it is. So vehicle passing by, and look. So here's the light in the foreground, and it's gonna go to the background while she picks up this blaster here. I just think that's cool. I really like that. Anyway, this moaning is coming from somewhere in her apartment, and she's gonna go look for it. And the place where it's coming from is obscured by this window here. This weird looking window. There's someone in there. She's gonna go check and see who it is. I'm so glad I finally figured out how to get this the screen, the show on the screen, because the acting in this show needs to be seen. Like facial expressions that are just really expressive and really paint a picture for how the characters are feeling. It's done very, very, very well in the show. So it is revealed that the person in the next room moaning is this guy here. Hold on, you can't see my mouse. This guy here. And we see a hand turning off this headset here. Now, it's Dr. Gorst. This is a dream. This is all a dream. It's not real. And one thing I love about this show so far, because this is the first time, season 2 is the first time we've seen dream sequences in Andor, and dream sequences don't really get used in Star Wars that much, except for when Anakin has a dream in the prequels. And but here, the dream sequences are used to great effect. Very, very great effect. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. So, you see Dr. Gorst, we see Bix pointing her blaster at her, and we see this boy in the chair. And we'll get some close-ups of this kid here, because he might not look young from here, but you get a look at his face and you realize, oh, he's kind of young. It's not nice. Don't like it. Anyway. Dr. Gorst, he reacts so nonchalant about seeing Bix holding a blaster, because it's a dream, you know? But I'll tell y'all something to hint at what I'm getting at here in this scene. I don't think this is Dr. Gorst. At least, you know, from Bix's dream perspective, this is not Dr. Gorst. It just looks like him. Let's explore further. He opens up by saying, "Oh, there you are." And dude, look at Bix's face. There's like a quiet horror in her eyes. She is terrified of this man. He says, "Oh, there you are. He told me everything." Look at this. Like, this kid is young, and he's not dead. You can see he moves. I can't show it to you I don't want to risk getting nuked by Disney, but he like twitches a little bit, and he's still breathing. He's just been tortured out of his mind. I'm just gonna run through the dialogue real quick here. He looks like Pac from season 1. It's implied that after Pac was tortured out of his mind, he died soon after. Uh, Now, it's worth pointing out this is a fate that Bix narrowly avoided when Cassian rescued her in season 1. She probably hasn't gotten over how this could have been her if Cassian hadn't shown up that day. Anyways, Gorst goes on. He says, you tried. He knows that. Oh, hold on. I was reading my notes, but I had skipped a little bit. Now, let me actually. This is probably the best instance, the best, like, best way to show it is just listen to how Dr. Gorst says it. Like, listen to how he says this line of dialogue.
It's in your face.
Hold on. Sure, I get it there.
Oh, there you are.
You see what I mean?
I know
So-
you wanted him to live, but Cassian said he'd seen your faces, so...
Okay, I have to show you his face as he says this. It's important. Let me get it there again. Because his face spells even more how nonchalant he is about all this.
I know you wanted him to live, but Cassian said he'd seen your faces, so...
Like, he just really doesn't care. And this is how Bix sees Dr. Gorst, but let's not be confused. This is how Dr. Gorst was when she met him. I doubt he's changed since then. Get that logo back on there. He moves on. He says, you tried. He knows that. Wherever he is. He's talking about the soldier here. Wherever he is. And dude, look at Bix's face. Hold on, sorry. Look at her face. There's something really sad about what she's seeing here. But it's not what you're thinking of. It's not that, oh, Dr. Gorst tortured this poor kid. There's a hidden scene going on here, and you only really notice it if you've seen it twice, or if you think about it for a second. Well, I don't want to demean it. You think about it a little bit further. So, we find out later on that a Imperial officer, or some kind of Imperial military unit, was killed by Cassian because he had seen Bix and Cassian's face. And that kid in the chair is the kid that was killed. Now let's move on, because now that we have that context, we can interrogate this scene further. No pun intended. Dr. Gorst continues. Wasn't much of a soldier, was he? They'll never find his body. We see the military uniform there, showing that, yes, this kid was Imperial. They'll never find his body. His family will never know what happened. Again, showing Bix struggling with this information. He's holding back tears. Oh, Forgot to ask his name. Might be a little bit late now. So the whole time, again, I'm belaboring this point, but just because it's so well done. I'm gonna be saying that a lot. Am I? Well done. Gorst is looking at him and just says, "Oh well, I forgot to ask his name. Too late now." And Bix is just look at her rage at him right now. And we get an interesting line from Dr. Gorst. Everyone has their own rebellion. Right? And look at this face. This face, it's an ever so slight of a change in Dr. Gorst's emotion here. I don't feel like this is the face of a scientist, or a doctor rather, that has let his enthusiasm of his work get away from him and morality is like a joke. Morality is a meme to him. I don't think this is... I think this is the mask slipping. This is not Dr. Gorst. This is... Look at this sarcastic face. He says everyone has their own rebellion, right? This sarcastic, vindictive face. This isn't Dr. Gorst. This is Bix's fear and guilt. Mostly guilt. Wearing Dr. Gorst as a mask. She is beating herself up for what happened to this Imperial kid here. No one will ever find his body. His family will never know what happened to him. But we all have our own rebellion, right? It's subtle, especially if you're watching it for the first time and you don't know who this kid is, but once you see it and you see what's actually happening here, I think it's very effective. Very, very, let's say it, well done. And then we see Cassian come up behind her and just take the blaster away very carefully. And the apartment's back to normal again. So I guess she was sleepwalking. She's still having dreams about Dr. Gorst, but it's not really about Dr. Gorst anymore, is it? He's still a major factor in her development and what's happened to her and how she reacts to the world and operates within this world, but there's other things at play now. He's just there. He's still very important, but there is other stuff at play now. But he's probably, like, in her mind, emotionally weighing down on all of this. On top of everything, there's her trauma from Dr. Gorst. And we see in the background here, they're living on Coruscant. And I like this consistent design here. These windows are on this side, and Bix was coming down the hall on this side. So when a speeder goes past here, then yeah, the light shines this way. I like that. Very nice attention to detail. Anyway, let us move on. So, in Andor, Cassian, he calms down Bix. She's clearly dealing with this as best as she can be. Andor looks to the direction that she was pointing the blaster at, and of course there's nothing there. He talks back to Bix. He says the same thing again, Dr. Gorst. He's looking out the window. He asks, do you want to talk about it? She says, just go back to bed. Andor says, it's been a while now. This is interesting. Bix, she says, it's being home, here, whatever this place is. She does not like being here, and we find out later, this isn't an apartment that they own. This is a safe house provided by Luthen. It's being home here, whatever this place is. Maybe it's being cooped up, forced to live here, forced to be careful because they're wanted. They're wanted man and a wanted woman. Being stressful, I suppose. She says it's when I relax. We still need to do something about these windows. Yeah, we can do that tomorrow, says Andor. Get some decent plates, Bix says, and towels. Oh, making the house a home. If we're gonna keep coming back, we might as well settle in. Cassian comes up behind her and says, "Hey." She's saying things that are fairly pedestrian, but she's getting more worked up. Let me actually let y'all hear it.
We can do that tomorrow.
Get some decent plates and towels. If we're gonna keep coming back, we might as well settle in.
She's struggling to not break down here. And Cassian, of course, wants to help her. He turns around and look at her face. It's, oh man. He is struggling to not cry right now because of her pain that she's feeling. Is he sure you don't want to talk about it? The acting, I said this ad nauseum in the first stream. The acting in this show is top tier. She starts crying into Cassian's shoulder. And Cassian is very concerned about Bix. He has a heavy burden to take care of Bix at all costs. He's very concerned here. We move on to a shot confirming, yes, they are in Coruscant. They're in a interesting looking part of Coruscant. I don't think we've seen this part of Coruscant outside of the Clone Wars, or at least I haven't. It doesn't look as high tech or as extravagant as the parts of Coruscant we're used to seeing. This looks more like this is what you can afford. This is what you get. This doesn't look like it's a high luxury, shall I say. Move on. And there's more things in the future that confirm that. And we will talk about those when they come. Here we are. What is this? It's, I believe, if I remember correctly, this is Gorman. Waiting for the thing to appear. Gorman, there it is. We get to see Gorman. So this is not only just Gorman, this is Palmos, if I remember correctly. I don't know if it shows it here, so I'll let it stay here for a bit. This is Palmos. Now, Gorman, of course, as we learned, they are purveyors of Gorman twill, and they produce so much twill that it is sold at a galactic level. The entire planet is devoted to producing all of this twill. And we see here, there's the valley going down there. That's probably where all the spiders, the Gorlectopods, that's where they all live. All the Twilleries, that's where they gather. Let's keep going here. It says Rima trade route. Is it Rima or Rima trade routes? All my Rimas in the chat. And we see an indoor apartment, and look at this. It looks very nice, very different from Cassian and Bix's apartment. And who do we see? Except Cyril, getting ready for work in the morning. How nice. Got a nice suit on, getting his hair slicked back. clean shaven. Cyril's doing good for himself. Look at him. Everything's going well for Cyril. We all love Cyril here, and he notices someone watching him. What could that mean? He closes a window. Look at this. He has little spiders on his bookcase. Question mark? Would that be a bookcase? I don't know what it is. And look at this. He places a trap here at his door. Not a trap per se, but he ties a thread. That way, if someone opens his door, he'll know. He's walking down the street. Look at this. Very cool street. Look at that motorcycle. Or whatever it would be called. I don't know. A speeder. I love that. Like, that's... How do they make it look so real? I don't understand. Look at this shot, man. It's so good. So, this is probably the most important place on the entire planet of Gorman. This, in the capital city of Palmo, or Palmos, is a monument. We'll learn more about it as the show goes on, but I'll tell you right now, that way we can come across all mentions of it knowing the full context. This monument is a monument to, if I remember correctly, it's around 500 Gormans who were killed when Governor Tarkin, or Grand Moff Tarkin, I should say, Grand Moff Tarkin was trying to land his ship in this area, and they all didn't want him to do that, so they ran over here and blocked his ship. And they figured, he can't land here. We have strength in numbers. He won't land on top of all of these Gormans. No way. Well, they don't say if he landed on them or if he ordered them to be fired upon. We don't know. They just leave it up to the imagination. But all those Gormans were killed. And this is the monument to that. Now, you'll notice in the background, there's a building being built. Now, this is the armory that was mentioned to Major Partagaz in episode 1 of this season. This is an Imperial armory being built next to a monument to memorialize the civilian casualties at the Empire's hands. You can see how this might ruffle a couple feathers. The Empire is getting rather bold. Now, we find out later they haven't been told that this is an armory, but rumors getting around. And I wonder, is rumor getting around because of failings in Imperial security? Or is it because they want them to know, and they want them to do something about it? Interesting. And we get a conversation between Edie and Cyril. Y'all remember Edie, right? Cyril's mother, who we all love very much. They're having some kind of a hollow communication. And Edie, she says, "I can barely see you." Cyril says to turn it. They're having trouble getting into communications with each other. Look at these birds. Look at them. That's so cute. They're just eating whatever leftovers there are. I hope that's not alcohol. I hope the birds aren't getting drunk. Edie said she's still having trouble getting a connection. She says, "You might as well be on the in the outer rim." Cyril, "I'm seeing you clearly, Edie. How nice for you." Ah, there's protesters here at the memorial, protesting in Gore. That's, I guess, the name of their language. I should say this. I love the aesthetic of Gorman. It is so European. I love it so much. It feels like a mix of 1940s France and 1940s Nederland, like the Netherlands. It feels like a mix of those two countries. I love it. It's beautiful. Anyways, moving on. Cyril, of course, sees all this. He sees all this protesting going on, and he has a neutral yet stern look on his face. And Edie's still having trouble with the connection. And she says, "Don't worry about me. I'll try to remember what you look like." Again, trying to guilt Cyril for being away from her. Cyril says that it's an Imperial signal. It should be fine. And I think the hidden meaning here is you're making this difficult on purpose. Because Edie loves to be difficult. "Edie, where are you?" "I'm in my office." "Requesting a transfer, I hope," says Edie. Cyril says, "I like it here." Edie says, "I think you got spiders in your brain." Or whatever those things are called. The web weavers. And Cyril says, "Gorlectopods." And Edie says, "Ugh." Let me actually show you their performance here. It's so funny. I love their phone call here. Let's see.
Those things are called the web weavers.
Gorlectopods.
Her visceral reaction to it. Ugh!
The thought of it.
I hate Edie as a character, but oh my lord, the actress's performance is adorable. I enjoy it so much. "No one understands." I'll just play different voices. That way I don't have to keep saying who I'm speaking for in this instance. "No one understands what you're doing out there." And when you say no one, I'm assuming you mean Uncle Harlow. "He says you're deluded if you think Gorman was a promotion. His advice is always uplifting. You're being cast aside, you're being discarded, and are too naive to see it." "Morning. I'm in charge here, Mother." "They've put you on a shelf, Cyril. You've been played." "You of all people should understand the attraction of being in charge." "In charge of what? Counting spiders?" Or I should say, that's not how she says it. She says, "In charge of what? Counting spiders?" I think she's obviously the Facebook indoctrination has gotten to her. She believes everything she reads. She's very hateful of the Gormans, I feel. Because if you remember the Ministry of Enlightenment, they were going to set to work immediately, or actually they had already gotten to work on turning public opinion against the Gormans, saying that the Gormans, they've always been a bit pretentious or something. Or haven't they always been like the spiders that they work with? A little bit creepy. They keep to themselves, you know. And here we see a year later, Edie is just one such victim of their propaganda. She's fallen victim to the Facebook shorts, I fear. Many such cases. Very, very sad. In charge of what? Counting spiders? "Let's not forget your last foray into the provinces." Look at it. I love her expression here. Let me just play this for you guys because it's so funny. Actually, let me get... Oh, hold on. I don't want to get nuked, so... Here, let me put this on screen.
Let's not forget your last foray into the provinces.
The way she widens her eyes is just like, please, Cyril. You are making a mistake. Don't be in Gorman. Gorman is where the spiders are. Don't be where the spiders are, Cyril. And of course, Cyril has to clap back, because why wouldn't he? This is the Bureau of Standards field office in Gorman. It's hardly the provinces. What it is hardly Coruscant. You were here. I'd fixed it. You made it back. Let me actually play her performance here, because I actually do feel that Edie, for all the crap she gives Cyril, I think she's regretful. She's regretting that he had left, and you could hear it in her voice here. It's very obvious.
You were here. I'd fixed it. You'd made it back.
Oh, this lady is a terrible person, but I feel sorry for her here. Why can't my son be at arm's length where I can bully him until he dies?
People died trying for a desk at headquarters.
And then they die at those desks.
Okay, I'm glad we heard Cyril's voice there, because we actually like hear his yep, yep. People try so hard to get those desks at headquarters, and then he says, and then they die at those desks, mother. Because he works there. He knows more about it than you do, I'm sure, lady.
You were here, Cyril. You'd found a woman actually willing to make a life with you, and you just walk away.
So I got scared when she said that. Because I was like, oh no, Deidre and Cyril, they're not together anymore? Oh no. And Cyril's face worried me here as well. But we'll just have to wait and see what the case for that actually is. A respectable career, a relationship, finally. I'm realizing I'm not having the logo on there. Let me actually take this moment. I'm going to go get a drink. I will be right back. I will be right back. Let me put this on the screen. BRB. Be right back. Alright. Got some Sprite. I'm sure I will not be thirsty for the rest of the stream. I'm sure this will not become an issue. Let us continue. A respectable career, a relationship, finally. Let me actually roll it back just a sec. I love, look at Cyril's face here. Oh, excuse me. His face is pensive the right word? First of all, I love the fashion, the art design. Look at this shot. Look at how immaculately symmetrical this shot is. Holy crap. Like in for the set. It's so good. But he's thinking about Deidre, and clearly he misses her. But what happened to Deidre? Where did she go? Let's find out. Let's move on. We get a nice shot of his office as well. There was a shot of him walking through here to this area, but I don't want to get nuked by Disney. All of it's cast aside, thrown away, and for what? And look at these. I love Star Wars technology. It's so cool. They have absolutely nailed the Star Wars aesthetic. Not just the Star Wars aesthetic, the original trilogy Star Wars aesthetic. So many people in this show, and we'll see them later, have like this very 70s fashion philosophy about them, if you know what I mean. And they have that just throughout this show, and I adore it to bits. Let's move on. Cyril is just, please stop talking, mother. Please let me live my life. Let's see. The way she says this is so funny. Let's see, we're at 37. The way she says this is so funny.
Of it cast aside, thrown away, and for what? A field office on Gorman?
I'm assuming.
The field office on Gorman? Oh man, I love her. I hate her, but I love her. I love to hate her. He says, I assume you won't be visiting. Excuse me. And she says, they won't get another credit from me. Or they won't get another credit of mine. I'm not buying Gorman again. I'm sick of it. They were always too good for the rest of us. And Cyril, based as always, says, you're watching too much Imperial news. I don't know why I said based as always. Has Cyril ever been based? I guess when dealing with his mother, sure. And I love this shot of the workers here. And actually, let me rewind here. If I rewind a little bit, I wish there was an easier way to rewind. So here we see Cyril looking towards his office, and oh dang it, I missed it. Look towards the office, and oh, she's looking at him, and she quickly looks down. Someone at his window watching him, someone in his office watching him. What's going on? What's going on, say? And of course Cyril says, you're watching too much Imperial news, and Edie responds, my opinions were well established before you relocated. I feel like I've had this own conversation with my own parents. Telling them, get off Facebook, stop watching the news, they're lying to you. They're like, you just need to have more trusted sources. I don't know, dude, it's crazy. Anyways, Cyril is being watched. Both at home and at work. What could this mean? And we see a recording device here. And it's playing Cyril and Edie's conversation as it happens. So they're being listened to. Cyril says, these are decent people. Edie scoffs. Cyril, I have met some Gormans in my time. Uncle Harlow used to wear nothing but Gorman twill. Who wouldn't if you could afford it? But the attitude, the arrogance. Those hollow drops, this mockery of Emperor Palpatine. We see this lady listening to this conversation as it goes on. You must have seen them. How could you not? It's scandalous. It's propaganda. Mother, you're being sold these ideas. My poor boy, your gullibility is breathtaking. All this anti-Gormanism it's not just talk anymore. We're getting new directives every month and people are getting hurt. You're too close to know what's really going on. And we get this very nice shot. Again, this show has some very nice shots. The set design is impeccable. These three people listening to their conversation. I'll tell you how close I am. There are people in my office. I'm looking at two of them right now. They'll be choking down loyalty oaths next week just to keep their jobs. I feel safer already. So, choking down loyalty oaths. We will actually see loyalty oaths. I didn't realize what this meant the first time I watched it, but now I know what a loyalty oath is. So just keep that in mind. We'll see loyalty oaths. We'll see him soon. And what does Edie say when Cyril says they'll be choking down loyalty oaths next week just to keep their jobs? And she says, I feel safer already. So, pledging oath to the Empire makes her feel safe. That's nice. And I love Cyril's disbelief at this in his face. His disbelief is just, oh my god. He says, I'm here, see what I see. This place is hardly a threat to the Empire. I love his, again, Star Wars technology, Cyril's acting, Cyril Karn's acting, Edie's brushes off to the side, her shaver here, her hair shaver. It's just so much, the little coffee or tea or whatever that is. It's so much character in this show, packed into one shot. It's beautiful. Like, it's so beautiful. Love the color of the sofa. Like, this feels like a grandma's sofa, if you know what I mean. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking of something particular to me in my family, but this has grandma vibes to me. But yeah, so much character packed into this one shot. Oh, it's exquisite. It's sublime. Don't become too much of an individual, Cyril. And I think that's where Cyril's had it. He says, okay, I have spiders to count. Same time next week. And he cuts her off. I love that line. I have spiders to count. In fact, I want y'all to see this. It's such a beautiful, such a beautiful moment here. She says, don't become too much of an individual, Cyril.
Oh, Cyril,
I have spiders to count.
same time next week.
I love it. It's great. Let me not play sound of the whole show. There is one thing worth pointing out here before we move on, is that after he turns off the monitor, he does sit with himself for a moment. Look at him. And he just sits there for like a second or two. Now, he could be thinking many things. He could be thinking, oh, my mother, I wish she wasn't like this. I wish she trusted Gormans more. Oh, I hope these Gormans get through things okay. Oh, I hope things turn out okay. Or he could be thinking something else. I wonder what he is thinking. Maybe we'll see more, and that'll inform us to what he's thinking in the future. Alright, here we see him walking through Gorman. I think that's... oh wait, no, it's someone else. We hear a recording of Cyril. This place is hardly a threat to the Empire. We hear a recording of their conversation, and it's being played back in this hideout, I would say. This man here. Rylance. Or Rylance? I don't know how it's pronounced. And they are speaking in Gore. They have their own language. And the language is interesting sounding. Sometimes it sounds like French, sometimes it sounds like I don't know what. But yeah, interesting. To someone who doesn't speak French, I should say, I don't want Emmerich to blast in here hearing me say that gore sounds like French, and he listens to it. He's just like, "What did you say?" To someone who doesn't speak a lick of French, this sounds like it sounds a little bit like French to me. Anyways, they're talking to this man listening, and they say, "I told you he was different." I want to hear it again. He's clearly conflicted. And this man, apparently named Rylance, says, "The mother is terrifying." It's the same thing every week. Rylance, he's perfect. But what can he do for us? We won't know until we ask. That's not a plan. If he just answers questions, he's worth it. We have to run this down. Do it. Do it. Let's do it quickly before he's replaced. So they like what they're hearing about Cyril. They like how he's standing up for the Gormans, even privately, against his own mother, who is a staunch imperial enjoyer, shall we say. And they're just all looking very pensively at each other. And we're back to Coruscant, I believe. Coruscant. There's something about these shots. Like, so I've said before that Andor, it's all about seeing the people on the ground, seeing the average, everyday life of a normal person in this crazy world of Star Wars. And I feel like shots like this are indicative of that, where it's just, when do we see this stuff in Star Wars? Like, just Coruscant walkways. Outside of the Jedi Temple, outside of the Senate building, outside of the Chancellor's chambers. Like, when do we see this stuff? I like it. I like seeing normal stuff. Yes, it says right there, Coruscant. And look, we see a train. Look, a train. So, these are actually, these are railways. Look, a train is going to come. Look, train! There it goes. Very, very cool. I love my public transit in Star Wars. And look at this. I just got to show you this. This guy captivated me for a moment when I first watched it. Look at this guy. Look at this little guy. Look at him go. Doesn't have any arms. Or maybe they're just in his pockets. I don't know. I love it. And we see Cassian and Bix walking somewhere. And Andor, he's got the drip. He's got a little bit of drip going on. I suppose he's wearing the hood because he's more wanted than Bix, I suppose. And he grabs her, says, "Hey." He says, "Let me see the bag." "What for?" "Let me see the bag." He goes through it. And she says, "Seriously?" Andor says, "I don't like this place." "I thought you meant the other one." "I meant the good one. This is the good one." "We need to mix it up. We haven't been here for a month." So apparently they're going shopping. And they mix up where they go shopping. That way they're not seen in any one place too often or something. Vic says, "We haven't been here in a month." Look at us. I can't sleep, you can't shop. The mission is dinner. I think we can handle it. They're focused just on living. They're struggling to live, but they're trying to. And I love this little store front that's here. I'm waiting for it to come into focus. Look at this little storefront. Look at it. I wish we had stuff like this in America. We don't have stuff like this. Look at that. Look. It's like a little corner store. Like a tiny little family mart. You can just walk in. There's some stuff on the outside. Some books, some gotchas. Like it looks like. I wish we had slow, like easily walkable to areas. Very, very cool. And we see the inside of it too. Has some stuff on display. Very, very cute. Very, very nice. Oh, and they have some stuff you can get over here, like little stuff you can put in this bowl, I suppose. Very neat. I guess Andor didn't need to have his hood on for too long because he takes it off when he gets inside. I guess that would attract attention. In Andor, he's shopping. Bix is talking to the store owner about fruits. Fruits and melons. And we get some bit of troubling dialogue, or at least troubling to Cassian. The shopkeeper says, "I hadn't seen you for a while. I thought I'd lost you." And immediately after hearing it, Cassian gives him this look. "Brother, you did not just say that." And Bix says, "Oh, I've been around." Cassian does not like that this shopkeeper recognizes them. What the heck? Look at this creature in the background. Look at him. You see that? That's so funny. So, not much goes on in this scene. Just them shopping, and Cassian, of course, being very very suspicious about everyone. He doesn't want anyone to recognize them at all. "Read my text so I can go back to work." All right, I didn't realize you had texted. Let me find. Wait, brother, where'd you send this text? I'm not seeing it on Discord. Let me go back here. Oh, weird. Hold on. Did you not send it? Gonna retype it. Oh, okay. Well, I'll be here. So, interesting scene. We get to see just Bix and Cassian, just everyday life, going shopping, but Cassian is very, very paranoid. He doesn't want anyone to be able to recognize them. And seeing someone who even recognizes Bix just a little bit is just, he does not like that. So showing just how their everyday life is, going shopping. And here we see Cyril walking through this very nice building. Everywhere in... Let me rewind this. Y'all have to see this. It's so beautiful. Let me show this to you guys. Look how beautiful these sets are. Like, holy cow, it looks so good. Pausing it to avoid copyright. Why doesn't it pop up? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Emmerich. And he walks out, and look at this. Look at this. It's so cool. And look, there's the Imperial officer there, Imperial officer there. They look at home in this setting. It just looks so good. And we see there, protesters chanting in gore, "Stop the building!" They don't like that they're building what they're building near the memorial. "Stop the Empire." That's what they're chanting. "Join us, stop the building." It's a very, very cool shot of sent it on Discord. Okay, let me check it out. Hey Groof, just dropping by to tell you you suck. See you later, and watch the new Asterix show on Netflix. I'll try. I don't have Netflix, but I'll try and I'll find it. I will try. It'll have to be after Andor, because Andor is consuming all my time. I watched the show like the new episodes. I watched them once through, like all at once, just no taking notes. Then I take notes, and that usually takes me 2 hours per episode. There was a bit of a disruption in getting notes this week, so I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants right now, but usually it takes me hours just to sift through one episode. And yeah, so what you're seeing is the result of me not having taken as many notes as I would have liked. We'll watch it together if you want. See you later. Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll see you later, dude. Take care. Have a good day at work. Try not to die. I have Netflix. I can share my screen if you want. We'll watch it later. It's short. 5 30-minute episodes. Oh, okay. So 5 30 minutes. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so like 2 hours and 30 minutes. Like a movie. That'd be cool. Neat. We'll make plans. We'll make a day of it, I suppose. This very cool shot of the protesters. And we see this guy approach Cyril, speaking to him in English. And let me rewind it a bit so I can see what Cyril says in response to seeing this guy, because he's seen him more than once, it seems, because they seem to know each other. In fact, he approaches him and speaks English immediately, probably because that's the most common. I believe that's in Star Wars, or at least the Star Wars tabletop games, it's called Galactic Common. So speaking to people in Galactic Common is probably the safest bet to sell souvenirs, which is what this man is doing. He's selling souvenirs. And he approaches Cyril. He says, "You, sir." And Cyril says, "Seriously?" And this guy says, "Perhaps you've changed your mind." And look at this guy. Look at this. Is so, Megan, if you're watching, if you ever see this, you need to make this man your boyfriend. Look at him. He's got all these spiders in his suitcase, and they're all like, they're not venomous spiders, or at least I don't think they are. They make the twill. They make all the twill, and he has all the spiders in his suitcase. They're all like model spiders, mind you, but they're spiders. Look, you could put them in your mouth like you always want to. He says, "Perhaps you've changed your mind." Really? Tonight's the night? Well, these are special. And I'm not a tourist, you know it. This one's different. And he says, "I'm not buying another spider. This one's free." Why is this one free? Why is it free? And look at his face when he says this one's free. It's very brief in the actual show. Like, they cut away from this immediately, but look at his face. He's like, "Hey, stop moving and listen to me." He's even like standing a bit in front of him, but like trying to get into his path, like stop him from moving. This one is free. Take it. And Cyril, of course, is on guard now because he knows something's different. Ominous music starts playing. He says, "What do you want?" He says, "You're right. You're not a tourist. Perhaps you wish to know more about where you live. There's a candy inside with information on the wrapper." "About what?" "There's a meeting. You should come. You have the address." And Cyril is left holding the spider, wondering what's he gotten himself into. And I guess I should say now, there's been not one mention of Cassian from Cyril's side. I mean, we're 15 minutes into the show, which, goodness, we're almost an hour and a half in, and I've got to move on. But he is not mentioned Cassian. I wonder if he's gotten over it. You know, we're back to the apartment. Bix is cleaning some tools. They're just making small talk. Oh, we should have done it already. It's dirty. We'll put that on the list. We'll talk to someone about it. Yada yada. Andor's cooking. She says, who else stays here? You ever think about that? No one's been here while we're gone. You should see. They're talking about, oh, maybe we can like leave some stuff here for when we come back. I'll ask him. And him being Luthen. And Bix, I guess she's cleaning parts of the blaster because she's looking at the blaster at the table. And she asks, what are you going to tell him? And she has this face on her when she says that. What are you going to tell him? About what? About what happened on the mission. The soldier. Alright, so we're finally going to get some information about what happened. Or some talk on what happened. I won't guarantee you that we get information, but I'll guarantee that we get some talk on it. So I'll put this here. Can I put this here and hopefully not get nuked by Disney? Will that work? Let's try it. Give it a shot. What happened to the soldier? Let me actually see if I can... I wonder... Okay, I have a better idea. I have an idea. I'm gonna hide this and do something. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Let's see here. Let me get some subtitles on the screen. Talk! Talk, darn you! Alright, so got some subtitles on the screen. That's where they land. I'm gonna try and do something like this. I just want the subtitles on the screen. That's all I want. It might look a bit weird. Wait a minute. Is this... Okay, it is what I... Okay, cool. I just want the subtitles on the screen. They will come on eventually. There we go. Luthen cares about results. Now, I'm going to have to leave it up there because I'm going to be switching this on and off. And if I want to be able to leave it there, or if I want it to appear where it was before, I'll have to leave it up there because when I turn it off, it goes back to this. Excuse me. And if I mess with it, it's gonna be in the wrong spot when I switch it back like this. So it's gonna have to stay like this for a little bit. Please bear with it. Anyway, Luthen cares about results. The deal went through. We won. It had to be done. Nothing else to say. Capture the same window twice with one cropped to just the subtitles above the logo. Oh, you're right. Okay. Let's do that. That's a good idea. Layers. All streams have layers. Let me turn that off. Good. And we'll duplicate. Is there a duplicate button? Whatever, we'll just copy and paste. Shrek was a visionary. He really was. It's too bad they had him killed. Let me know how it goes. Let's see here. So I wonder if I'm leaving. All right. See you later. Thanks for dropping by. I wonder if it pastes. Oh yeah, it pasted the filter as well. So let's just Put the filter on. There we go. It looks a little bit... What the... Bro, is it... It's not... It's a freaking reference to the original, so whatever I do to it, it'll do it again. Okay, that's weird. Let me get rid of it. Delete that. Remove. Yes. Okay. I was afraid I might mess it up, but it didn't, so we're good. Filters, take that, make it so, and copy and paste as a duplicate. Can I paste as a duplicate, please? Not a reference, I want a duplicate. Please, I want a duplicate. You know what, I'll just make another one. I'll just make another one. Let us see here. I don't want to do a display capture. Capture a screen. We'll call it Opera 2. Capture that. Now it's too big, but that's okay. I can fix it. Let me get that down here. Transform, edit transform. Here we go. There we go. And what was the crop at before? Oh, don't tell me it's doing it again, please. Okay. Thank goodness. Wait a minute. Oh wait, I was cropping the original. My mistake. Should have known when the crop was there. So this one. Crop. Where's crop? There it is. It was like 848 or something. Yeah. There we go. And we'll put that down here. Slot that in very nicely. It might be a tad off. That's one. Come on. I just want to move it to like the exact pixel. Form. Edit transform. There we go. Done. There we go. Done. Lock it down. Excellent. Put it above there. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. All right, this looks terrible, but it works. So we're running with it. All right. This looks awful, dude. Holy cow. This looks positively disgusting. But anyway, let us move on. So let's rewind it for a bit because he's looking at the blaster. What are you going to tell him? She says. About what? About what happened on the mission. Soldier. Andor says, Luthen cares about results. The deal went through. We won. It had to be done. There's nothing else to say. And look at his face here. I think he is very worried, I think, about what Bix will think. This looks like an angry face, but I don't think he's angry. I think he's very worried about what comes next. What? He says. Hey, he was a threat. He was a soldier. Bix, you put on the uniform, you take your chances. I should stop thinking about him. It's tough like this. Boxed in. It's like you said, it's when we relax. So, there's a lot of like hidden frustration, especially with Bix. She's dealing with this in her own way. But you could tell she's trying to remain like, I guess the subtitle is very apt. It's boxed in. She's trying to remain boxed in because that's how I feel. That's what I feel when I see this character this way. Look at her hands. To like her left hand, it's like balled up. She's trying to remain unfeeling about this, but she can't. It's like you said, it's when we relax. I can't stop seeing his face. It fades. I want to tell you it goes away forever, but I'd be lying. Look at us. Look at this place. We're in a war. Not everyone knows it yet, but it's happening. People die. I wonder if he knew. Well, he does now. They're talking about that boy that they killed, and look at Bix's face here. It's hard to talk about her feeling. I guess the best word for it is conflicted. They were in a situation where this kid probably had to die. At least that's what's being said. But he was just a kid. And Andor, he's coming up with the usual reasons. It's like, we're in a war. It had to be done. Not everybody knows it yet, but we're in a war. And she says, I wonder if he knew. And he says, well, he does now. And her face here is like, she's getting angry, I feel, because, and I feel like they both have this guilt of killing this boy. But I think both of them know that if the situation really called for it, there was nothing else to be done. And they both realize this, but they're both they hate that that's how it is. He was a soldier. He was a threat. He was an imperial threat. You and I are here now because he's dead. And Bix doesn't say anything. It had to be done. And that's the end of that, there. They're clearly not over it. We'll have to wait until more stuff happens until we can comment more. Here we see Cyril walking home, and there's these transports. These big old transports. Look at these. They're huge. Like, let me rewind a bit. So he's walking towards these transports, and you see them come through. There's one there, and he's crossing the road. Let me pause for a sec. Look at them. They're massive. Average truck owner. Holy cow, they're so big. He has to cover his face when he crosses the road, maybe because of all the exhaust or something. Wild. Anyways, he gets home. Just walk into his house. Walking in. I wish I could walk to and from work from my house. That would be cool. That would be neat. And we get this shot here where it's very focused on the floor. I wonder why. And we find out it's because the thread has been cut. Or at least it's been ripped off. Someone was in his apartment. And this face here is not really... There is worry in there. But it's more like, yep, I knew it. He knew it. He knew they were going to be in his apartment. He knew. He's got that spider and he opens it. And there is a candy, and there's also a little paper that has Gorman script on it, I suppose. I don't know what the different languages, the different written languages are in Star Wars. I should have made this the thumbnail. Look at him. What a nice recognizable iconography. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll change the thumbnail to this once we're done. We continue. And now we're back to Cassian and Bix eating. They're saying it's good. You sound surprised. Better than I am. I'm not gonna fall for that one. Oh, this is making me hungry. Can we walk tomorrow? He says, yep, that sounds nice. Park, the big one. I told you they put cameras in. We can cover up. There's other places. We're safe here. It's not what we want, but the insanity of the city keeps us safe. And why are we being so paranoid? Just trying to protect us. You mean me? What's so wrong about that? It's warping things. I don't want to lose you again. It's not up to us anymore. You can't protect me. Doing this, living like this, mission after mission. If it's a war, and you keep saying it is, and I know you're right, but if it's a war, it's not up to us when what we save, what we lose. I love you. And I regret every second that we didn't spend together, but I'm trying not to count on anything anymore. And this is riling up Andor. And I think it's because he knows she's right. But yes, him being paranoid does objectively help them not get caught. They are right. But also, what is the life that they're living? So many of the joys of life are being taken away from them. They can't eat what they want to eat. They can't go where they want to go. And for Andor, I wonder how much it bothers him, because he actually was imprisoned. I mean, so was Bix. They were both imprisoned in a way. I guess she's come out of it with a different experience. Like, I was imprisoned once, I don't want to be imprisoned again. Whereas Andor, he comes at it from the perspective of, I've done it once, I could do it again, and if we make it on the other side, we'll never be imprisoned ever again. That's how I read this situation. He says, what am I messing up? I can handle more than you think, Bix says, I think. Which is why you're awake every other night. I'm not Marva, I'm not your sister. Oh. You didn't kill that boy because we're at war. You killed him because he saw my face. Her face here is very pointed. Let's get back here because this is an actual argument and I want to hear them. I want to hear their voices. Here, let me rewind it just a little bit. Here.
And I regret every second that we didn't spend together, but I'm trying not to count on anything anymore.
Let me pause it for copyright.
What am I messing up?
I can handle more than you think.
Which is why you're awake every other night.
I'm not Marva. I'm not your sister. I can handle it.
What am I messing up?
All right, here comes the big one.
You didn't kill that boy because we're at war. You killed him because he saw my face.
You can hear it in her voice. She's devastated by what they did. And I'm wondering, is she blaming Cassian in this instance, or is she just angry? This is it coming out.
What's the difference?
That's huge. He says, "What's the difference?"
I don't know.
Let me rewind that so you guys can see it because it needs to be seen. First of all, this is Cassian's face when she says, "You didn't kill that boy because we're at war. You killed him because he saw my face." This is his face, and the skill at work here, the light coming from below his face, shining it that way. And I feel like Bix's face here, she's afraid of what Andor's gonna say. Look at him. Look at her.
What's the difference?
He is being so serious here. He doesn't see a difference. To him, there is no difference. That's why he's asking this question. What's the difference? Because he knows in his mind, there is no difference.
I don't know.
She's still processing her emotions here. This is what I love about the acting in this show, is that you can see when in filmmaking, in anything really, you want to keep the creator's hand as invisible as possible. You want everything to be as seamless as possible. And I feel like this is the apex of that philosophy, because we've gotten so far away from seeing the creator's hand. I'm seeing the inner thoughts of this fictional character. I can see it on their face. I could see it in their body language. I could hear it in their voice. This is masterful work. This is masterful.
But if I'm giving up everything...
Copyright.
I want to win. We have to.
I think that's the end of the scene. I do enjoy hearing characters discuss things. I've always said this, but it's even better when they're arguing. It's more visceral. It's more felt. We're almost 2 hours in, and I'm not even halfway through this episode. We are in trouble, you guys. Oh man, it's so over. So, this Cyril, he's walking towards the meeting, and we see the memorial. Again, the memorial is the centerpiece of Gorman. It's everywhere. There's cafes all around it. There's shops all around it. The city itself seems to have been built around it, it seems. We see some guys Watching some pod racing, very cool. Oh, it's the Imperial officers. That's why we're at the memorial, because that's where the Bureau of Standards office is. And Cyril is walking there. I left some files in the office. Cyril Karn, Division Chief, Bureau of Standards. I know you. Gonna want after hours clearance. It'll take 5 minutes. Sorry, we're not authorized. Oh, I have a presentation with the sector committee tomorrow morning. I left my notes on the desk like an idiot. I have to have them. So I'm just going to skip through this here. Long story short, Cyril, he convinces these guys to let him in because it'll just be 5 minutes. It'll just be 5 minutes. And we don't need to see that whole thing. We see Cyril getting into the office. He grabs a terminal and he walks, instead of going directly back down, he walks into a room, a very small room. And then we cut to Deidre in Coruscant, and check this out. Look what she does to the windows here. That's so cool. I guess they frost up. Is that what the term is? Because we have windows like this in real life. If you've ever played Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, you know what I mean. We have windows like this, and they do this when people want to be left alone. They're very expensive, I would imagine. So the fact that she has them installed in her apartment, which means she had, because maybe in Coruscant, in this high-tech, futuristic, but somehow in the past world, they have this on luxury apartments. Maybe it's an ISB-sponsored apartment. But yeah, just crazy that she has those windows like that. Time. She turns on, and this is the reveal. She turns on a terminal, and who is there but Cyril Karn? He says, "Where are you?" The safe room. There is a safe room in the Bureau of Standards. So let's listen to their conversation, shall we? So one thing I'm not liking so far about Disney Plus is that whenever I hover my mouse over it, the UI comes up and it pushes the subtitles up. Maybe I can fix that. Hold on. And no, I don't want to risk it because I don't want to show too much of the actual show because then it'll I might get struck. So we'll just have to leave it as it is. I need, you know what? We're doing this right now. We're doing this right now. I'm gonna go into Clip Studio Paint, make this stupid logo transparent. That way I have to stop doing this. I'm sick of it. All right. Let's go for 70% transparency. How about that? 70%. Wait a minute, that's first. I want all the layers to be this. 70%. There we go. Save, then save as the PNG file. Where's the is PNG, save, yes, replace the file within. There we go. That was easy. I don't know why I didn't do that before. I'm an idiot. This out of here. All right, this is so much easier. Oh, thank Christ. Okay. Says, where are you? The safe room. Now, where do I... paint logo. Okay. Cool. So they're at the safe room. You were careful? Yes. Look, I don't have much time. Been invited to a meeting. A meeting with who? I don't know. It's public. It's a town hall, but this is them. It's Gorman Front. I know it. How do you know? I told you I was being watched. Okay, so here we find out that Cyril, sorry, I was trying to remember his name. Cyril, he's working with Deidre to look for what they're calling the Gorman Front, which has to be the rebels on Gorman. Or rebels on Gorman, not the rebels on Gorman, but rebels on Gorman. He started breaking into the apartment. He says this, look at his face. He says this and he's like happy about it. Look at that glee on his face. Like they're making progress. So Cyril is still all about efficiency and being enthusiastic in his work. He still has that that quality about him, but his work is not simply the Bureau of Standards. He is working with Deidre, and later we find out he's working with the ISB to facilitate the Gorman Front because they want to psyop them into behaving in a certain way. As Deidre said in the first arc, in the first episode, you want a rebel faction you can count on to do the wrong thing. Very cool. Very incredible. Moving on. Human being followed all the time. It has to be them. Who else could it be? The meeting's tomorrow. Good. Very good. Well, let's wait and see what happens. Well, I thought you'd want a brief Partagaz. No. We'll want more than that. Alright, well that's where we're at with Cyril and Deidre. They're trying to facilitate the Gorman Front for their own ends. And I'm sorry to do this again, guys, but I'm still thirsty. I'm gonna go get some more, something else to drink. I'll be right back. Just take a minute. Ready back. I gotta get more stuff to drink, man. I'm running out. All right. Back to Andor. So what do we see next? The ISB building. This is the first time we're seeing it from this angle. It looks very interesting. Very hollow. I guess most of it is down below that structure at the top. Interesting. And we get to see another meeting like we saw in the first season. The 12 raids conducted over all 3 planets were highly successful, giving us a total of 8 seizures yielding 200,000 credits, 75 restricted Imperial weapons, and 34 arrests. All of which leads us where we're ingesting the data. This was 10 days ago, yes sir. We, who's the we at this buffet of rebel plunder? It's my sector, sir. Supervisor Hirt, yes sir. The Axis desk. I noticed you've taken an interest in this seizure. So here, we get an interesting development. So that's... Let me actually get his name because I want to hear his name.
Hit.
Hirt. Okay, it is pronounced Hirt, or in their accent, Hit. Sounds better when you say it with the accent, Hit. So, Supervisor Hit. So that's what their titles are. I had forgotten what Deidre's title was. She's a supervisor. I see.
Yes, sir.
So we actually recognize Hirt. Hirt used to work under Deidre. That's him. You might recognize him from the first season. Let me take off the logo. What the? Sorry, I had a alarm I forgot to turn off. It is already 1 o'clock? Good God, man, this is gonna take forever. So we recognize here, he's risen to the level of supervisor. Oh, very nice. And he's also taken an interest in the Axis case. Weapons, sir. They may have come from the supply chain. Have we nothing more definitive? Not yet. Not yet? 10 days, 2 supervisors. 30 suspects in custody. And we are still ingesting and speculating. Where's the intel? So what do we squeeze from these arrests that matter? No argument there, sir. Hardly the tempo required for effective counterinsurgency. It's disappointing on many levels. I see a variety of causes. Pick one! Let me rewind it so y'all can hear this. Because they do this interesting thing. I love the ISB meetings because they all have to be highly professional and highly respectful, yet they get into matters that almost necessitates conflict in communication. They almost necessitate argumentation.
From these arrests that matters.
No argument there, sir.
Hardly the tempo required for effective counterinsurgency.
I love Partagaz. He's very elegant in his speech. I wish I could be as elegant as these guys. I like to be articulate. I like to try and make myself as articulate as possible. I am nowhere near as articulate as these absolute stallions of speech. Holy crap.
It's disappointing on many levels. I see a variety of causes.
Pick one!
This is the first time we ever see Partagaz boil over. Never seen him this upset. Also, good God, this room. Look at this set. Look at how immaculate this set is. Good Lord. I imagine the room is soundproofed. That must be all the geometric shapes on the walls. Perhaps the light at the top of the room. Perhaps that's not just a nice looking chandelier, that's also further soundproofing. Anyways, don't want to stream the entire show. And I should be doing this as well to make sure we don't like broadcast the entire show by accident. So there's a bit of a silence and everyone's just like wondering what to say. And then we get this character again. We get Lonnie back at again. We're arresting too many people. And everyone looks at him. Everyone looks at him like he just said the quiet parts out loud. Like, oh dude, what have you done? You just said the quiet part out. Like, look at this guy's face. It's like, oh no. They think he's gonna be crucified, I feel. We can't take it all in. Everyone's waiting for the other shoe to drop. Partagaz says, go on. Many of us. And Lonnie, he is so afraid here from what he's saying.
Some of us.
Copyright.
Some of us have more people in custody than we can process.
Look at him. He looks at the hand. He's like, oh no, what have I done? The tension is palpable.
Supervisor Young raises a serious issue. The problem is not unknown to me.
He's like, oh, thank God, thank God.
Colonel Yularan and myself have a meeting scheduled with the Emperor to discuss amplifying our intake process. Well played, Lonnie.
He uses the first name This guy's supposed to be addressed as Supervisor Young, but when Major Partagaz is talking to you, he gets to call you whatever he wants, I suppose. As well played, Lonnie.
Thank you for reminding us all how this room is meant to function.
Love it. Absolutely love it. He says, let's get to work, and he leaves the room. And we actually see, I forget this guy's name. We see him talking to Lonnie. He says, thank you, I mean it.
I mean it. I'm having the same problems. Can't keep up.
And you gotta remember, this guy's he's a rebel spy. So anything he does is very interesting to watch.
We should talk it over. Not here, but I'm in all day.
And I just love seeing these characters, all these supervisors who are normally we don't get to see at all. The only one we've ever seen any of is Deidre, and she is very driven in her motivation to serve the Empire. Seeing these guys who honestly it kind of seems like they're just trying to make it through the day, and they've done so well, they've made it to supervisor, and now they have these crushing pressures to meet every day. They do a good job of portraying these characters, and it makes me wonder if we watched one of these guys, like we just watched him go through his day, would we see him be evil? You know what I mean? Like, do these guys know that they're evil? Sometimes I wonder that, because like, oh, the rebels, they blew up Alkenzi. Those rebels are awful. We're going to punish the rebels because they're awful. I wonder if they know, you know? Because you got to remember, from an Imperial's point of view, like, these guys are maybe like Lonnie, he looks like he's either in his 30s or approaching his 30s. He's got to be in his 30s, right? Like, there aren't any 20-somethings in the ISB supervisor roles, right? It's got to be like he must have been born sometime during the reign of the Empire, or sorry, the reign of the Republic. Then he saw the quote-unquote betrayal of the Jedi 3 years into the Clone Wars, or once the Clone Wars were ending. He sees the government restructured into the Empire. You're like, yeah, this makes sense. Cool. Then you take up responsibility there. But actually, he must have like gotten approached by the rebels before he got into the ISB. Or maybe he was approached because he was in the ISB and he didn't agree with what they're doing here. I wonder. So if that's the case, then surely these guys have seen evil, but they choose to turn a blind eye to it because it serves them to be an ISB supervisor. And I'll also point out the 70s inspiration for the art style of Star Wars is really very well represented in Lonnie. I mean, look at his hair. His hair and the mustache, the uniforms. It's great. I love it. Fantastic. So Lonnie leaves. We see Deidre talk with Hertz. So he used to serve under her. Let's see how they interact with each other.
You're onto something.
It's the job, isn't it?
75 restricted Imperial weapons.
And let's be frank. Deidre is still very interested in the in Axis. So she's not just making small talk, she's trying to get information out of Hertz.
You've had that 10 days?
It's my desk now, Dedra.
And he knows it. Look at this face. Sorry. Look at this face. He's like, listen, Stop trying to work me. I'm not like some average Joe. I'm a supervisor now. Stop trying to work me like just some random guy.
You don't call me in? You don't think I could be helpful?
I won't hesitate if I need it.
Do you really think I care about how it happens?
Also, like, I don't know, is her name Deidre or Dedra? I don't know. I feel like they've pronounced it differently. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Andor must be found.
Andor. Andor must be found because he's the only one who knows. So I think she's still focused on Andor. So this is the only time they ever mention Andor. Cassian. This is the only time in these episodes where anyone in the ISB mentions Cassian. It's only here with Dedra talking to Hirst. And I think the reason why is because Cassian is the only person confirmed to have spoken to someone who might be Axis. At the very least, we know that they've met. Or that's what the ISB knows. Yeah. Move on. Yeah.
You can have all the glory.
Has it ever crossed your mind that Partagas put me on Axis because I don't seek glory?
Very interesting. She has this look on her face like, you've grown. You know, let me put it on when I can. Well. I think this is like some of the first we've seen of this, of Dedra actually genuinely smiling. Like her character, not the actress, the character. Like we saw her smile with Edie and practicing for Edie, but this is a very interesting performance. She says, "You've given me a lot to think about. My door is open." We see Lonnie come to talk with Pierce. He says that doesn't look happy. Yeah, she's been transferred. Everything's pissing her off. I won't ask. So I guess ever since being transferred off of Axis, she has to act like she's angry about that. I wonder if she is, because it's been a year. I remember her being very miffed about it when it was told to her by Partagas that, like, yeah, you're gonna be on the Gorman Project. I wonder if she still is, or if that's a performance that she's playing. Who knows? And here we see Lonnie is building a report with his fellow supervisors, because he's like, "Oh, thank you, you saved me." Partagas was gonna chew me up and eat Legret for fun, but I guess the other guy's name is Legret. How do I repay you? You can buy me lunch. Building up some camaraderie, you know, as you do as a spy. And every look Lonnie gives is like this pained look of, I hate my job. I hate my job so much. Like, he just looks so tortured. Poor guy. Oh, we see Mon Mothma and Erskine. There they go. Mon Mothma and Erskine. Oh, there's the Senate building. We haven't seen that in a while. I actually didn't notice that my first time watching. The Senate building in the background. Check that out. I guess they're walking there. Very, very cool. The PORD was presented as an emergency measure, an overreaction. Okay, so here's something I want to talk about concerning the PORD. Let me actually get rid of... Y'all don't see two logos. So, we haven't mentioned the PORD. It hasn't been relevant. I forget what it stands for, but the PORD was basically extending all prisoners' sentences in retaliation for Alkenzi. And it's known to all the senators, and it's known to all ISB. Is it not known to any of the citizenry? Are the senators somehow not allowed to talk about it, but they're voting on it? So it must be public information to some extent, right? Because from what it seemed like when Cassian got to Narkina, was it Narkina 5? Is that what it was? Narkina 5? When he got to the prison there, it sounded like from his reaction that the PORD was being suppressed, that it was secret, and that no one was supposed to know about it. When I thought the whole thing was that it wasn't. I don't know, it's weird because the senators know about it, they're voting on it, so it must be public, but the public doesn't know about it? Well, I guess the public must know about the resentencings, but they don't know about what's going on Narkina 5 and potentially many other, if not all other prisons. Because on Narkina, they were asking Andor, so what are people saying about the PORD? And he says, the what? He says, the resentencings. And they're like, oh, he doesn't know what it is. No one knows what it is. But yeah, I don't... Maybe this is a mistake in the show and they continued that mistake here. I don't know, man. Very strange. Moving on. So Mon, this is a scene where Mon is... she's talking to many different senators, asking for them to vote against the PORD, and they're all like giving various reasons as to why they can't. And I think the most convincing one is that they don't want to anger either their constituency or they don't want to anger the Empire, or it's both. Let's see, yep. And I'll just show this a little bit. Because I do enjoy the argumentation between the senators. Let me see here. I'll just show this because I want to show the whole thing. The Emperor might disagree. Well, then why ask for an extension? Why? Perhaps he just likes to see us dance. Gorman needs this legislation more than anyone. If I can't count on your support, what's the point? I need votes. And you've been hiding from me. Why? Sector boundaries, civil liberties, personal freedom, respect for local traditions. You've been voting with me on these issues for years. This is security, Mon. You're confusing criminality and politics here. Really? And are we finding criminals or making them? Why? Why this? Why that? I can't support the bill because I can't risk chafing the Emperor. But why I'm in this position and why it seems to be intensifying and why Gorman is being persecuted so intensely are questions no one seems prepared to answer. Go back 2 years. Take the 75 planets with the lowest crime rates. Look at them now. They're up by 19%. We can all game the numbers, Mon. And whose numbers are they? I believe what I feel. All doubts aside, there is one glaring certainty. If we do not stand together, we will be crushed. So it seems that they know, they're starting to catch on that, hey, Crime rates started spiking when the PORD was put into effect. That's kind of sus. I think they're starting to catch on, but at this point, they're starting to become afraid at the implications of what that could mean. And you got to remember, this is taking place 3 years before the Senate is disbanded, before it is just gone. So in 3 years, all of these planets across the galaxy will no longer have civil representation. That's crazy. Like, we're seeing the end of an era here. I know how hard you're working this month. I'm close on the votes. That's not what I hear. Look at just the conviction numbers we're allowed to see in the places we know are peaceful. An 18% rise in CAFO, Tapasi 21. A 38 increase in Gorman. Gorman of all places. I'm not sure linking anything to Gorman right now is a good idea. The blockade. Who was there for you? Who rallied the votes to lift the embargo? I've never stopped thanking you. Then help me kill the PORD. Gorman is a single product economy. We import almost everything we need to survive. So, oh man, that's huge. Because this, first of all, it's revealed that this is the senator for Gorman, first of all. Second of all, we're starting to see his reasoning. I can't go against the Empire because Gorman is a single product economy. We don't produce anything else, or at least not much of it to be viable. They have to import everything else that they need. He says the blockade didn't have to go very long to remind us how vulnerable we are. So if they go against the Empire, they will lose. Probably a war of attrition is what he's making it sound like. No. I am constantly begging my people to stay calm and do nothing that might make things worse. Voting against the Empire right now would be a total violation of that request. A woman cannot take the risk. I'm sorry, Mom. It's a very tough situation because they're in a corner and they seem to be at a crossroads, and this is a crossroads that the government is pushing them into on purpose. Either Gorman will crumble or they will fight. And both of these are outcomes that the government is preparing for. I don't know if you heard that, but my chair was creaking because I was leaning back while I was finishing my drink. It was just like, yeah, you can hear it a bit. Anyway, but yeah, tough situation, not good for anybody. And we get to see this elevator, which we probably know who this is. It's Lonnie talking with Luthen. And the elevator like crashes like so hard that Lonnie's like afraid that someone stopped it and it's not Luthen, to the point where he is. Hold on, I'm mixing all my stuff here. He's like, "Who's out there?" It's Luthen, everybody. Hello, Lonnie, he says. So at first I thought that Luthen wasn't looking too good, like his health was declining or something. But I was imagining things. He's fine. I guess it was just the lighting and how he was acting in this scene. Who knows? Who could say? You kept me waiting. I've been careful. 3 months. I didn't have anything solid until today. Well, let's have it. You ask 2 questions, one answers the other. Spit it out! Deidre Miro is running Gorman. She's been on it all year, all this time, hiding it. I doubt there's 3 people in the building that know what I've just told you. Why? Why Gorman? I don't know. I can't believe they've kept it so quiet. Everybody thinks that she's been put out to pasture since Ferrex. What's her obsession with Gorman? Alright, let me rewind it because I'm missing everything. Everybody thinks that she's been put out to pasture since Ferrex. What's the obsession with Gorman? What are they after? I don't know. I'm trying to rethink this all with her in the picture. Okay, so they're catching on. Something's going on at Gorman. They don't know what it is, but something. Doesn't make sense. All the propaganda. Or it's starting to make sense. He says it's starting to make sense. All the propaganda. Like, that can't be ISB. It's too slick. That's outside help. And Mira, why? She's a hunter, not a spin doctor. Maybe she's oversight. Of what? Smear campaign is an opening move, not an endgame. I need the endgame. I don't have it. Trying. Are you sure of this? As of today. And Miro's off axis for good? Not by choice, but yes. I can't wait another 3 months, Lonnie. There's too much going on. You used to tell me to wait. Those days are gone. You're up to date on the signal sequences? Yes. We'll be standing by. This episode is another instance where it's a lot of setup and not much happening. But that's just at the start. Just at the start. We'll see it as things progress. So things are not looking good for... I don't know, something's up with Luthen here. There's something. I thought that it was his health, but it's something, because he says, we can't wait anymore. Something's going on. And here we see a scene of Cyril at the public hearing. Not the hearing. It's like a town hall. Yeah, at the town hall. Discussing the Imperial building that's shadowing over that's casting a shadow over the memorial. And here we see Rylance speak first, I believe. My name is Sunif Bricanti. Okay, so not Rylance. I'm the broker for a Webbery co-op in the Beldoni Valley. The estates I represent. Some have been in business almost a millennium. Oh, so Rylance? He's one of the people... He's one of the people on the, what do they call them? At the town halls, the representatives. He's one of the people at the town hall that they're speaking to. Very interesting. Right now, between the ground inspections, the freight penalties, and the new Imperial shipping codes, which they changed again last night without warning, all 9 of my clients, for the first time in their history, are wondering if it's even worth it to open the hives next spring. The Empire is killing them. The Empire is killing us. And you're letting it happen. So let me rewind it here just to see Rylance, his reaction to this information. So, here... I want to see everyone else's face contrasted with Rylance's face. His face, he is distraught. Everyone else is, you know, not looking comfortable per se, but he looks distraught. Look at his face. saying, "Don't shout." And in the crowd, we see Cyril going through the crowd, and some people are spying on him already. They're moving closer to him. Steal a neighborhood, move the people into boxes. Put the boxes downwind from dust. You'll be spitting all day long. And then at night, when we're trying to sleep, when we try to forget, our city is being destroyed. We've got transports, convoys rumbling all night long, racing through our streets, horns blowing, engines whining. They're saying give someone else a chance to speak. So I'll say this guy, remember this guy. We see this guy again. He is very upset at what's going on. The Tuileries, is that what they're called? The valleys, the troubles that they're facing when they go back from work. They've been, apparently their homes have been relocated, which is insane. Their homes have been relocated, and they've been put downwind of the construction, it seems. So they're breathing in dust all day long, spitting it out. And then when they try to go to sleep, to have a moment of peace, the convoys, the super loud convoys, which I don't understand why they're on the ground. Well, they could have been, flown, but then you gotta remember, oh wait, they're trying to rile up the Gormans. That's why. This guy is very upset. They'll make a prison of Palma before they're done. And again, these people all have like the same face on. It's really only Rylance who is actually paying attention to these people. Says, mark my words. And they do some kind of motion with their hands. I don't know what that means. But yeah, Cyril, he's obviously here to try and gain contact with the Gorman front. That guy who handed him the spider, he goes next to him and he asks, "What do you think?" I'm very passionate, or it's very passionate. How much do you understand? Not enough. We were promised there would be no shadow cast from the new building on the memorial. You know what they're really building. They promised. It was agreed to, she says. She lost her family in the Tarkin massacre. There was a promise that the new Imperial building would never cast a shadow across the memorial. Now they know the truth. It's a fortress. Oh, and apparently the guy who was speaking before, his name is Lazine, and he's still shouting somehow above all the other voices of the crowd. And he's still shouting above all of them, and they're like, you had your chance to speak. Enough. They're building an armory in the center of Palmo, and you know it. Really? Really, Lizzie? That's actually something we don't know. At this point, we have nothing but rumors. People think the new building is meant to be a fortress. He's telling them he doesn't know. What do you think? Oh, dude. I wanted to hear what Cyril had to say. Her name is Enza. That concludes tonight's meeting. And yeah, that's the end of the meeting. He's an Imperial spy, be careful. No, he invited me. I'm at the Bureau of Standards. That's a relief. And another guy, and Cyril's starting to notice that, like, hey, these guys are Elector Rylance. Let me actually hear his name so I know I'm pronouncing it correctly. So these guys are clearly here to introduce him to somebody.
Elector Rylance.
Rylance. Elector Rylance. Cyril Karn, I saw you from stage. No, that's what's interesting. Very brave to be here. Am I in danger? Certainly not from us. This is Gorman. I was wondering about your people. There are no restrictions on my movement in Palma. And what will you take away from this evening? Strength of feeling. Will you be writing reports? So, I want to show... I want you to hear how Cyril speaks here. He speaks in a very reverent way. I think he wants them so desperately to think that he has a reverent feeling for Gorman and Gorman nationalism, if that's the right word. Let me let you hear it. Let me let you see it.
And what will you take away from this evening?
The strength of feeling.
Strength of feeling. That is such a it's kind of ambiguous. I don't know, very ambiguous. Man, I really should have written notes for today. We are 2.5 hours in. I'm not even past the first episode. Let's speed it up, shall we? So here they are discussing, you know, what is he thinking about all this? Will he be writing a report? And he does a really good job of playing like, I'm just a guy, I'm not here to be doing anything. Like nothing nefarious. There must be some way to make our appeals more effective. I'm not sure that's allowed. Is there a law against seeking Imperial Counsel? Suppose not. We're drowning in rumors, Cyril. Many people are starting to think this new building is more than just an annex. I'm not sure why the Empire would build an armory in the middle of Palma, but I'm running out of answers. Well, I have nothing to do with the annex. You must have seen the floor plans. Those are classified. Certainly lends weight to the rumors. I wouldn't know. And we get a shot of this guy. He leans forward in his chair like, what is this guy? What is he, is he really worth it? Like, is this guy worth it? And Cyril gets this look on his face like, oh no, I gotta be careful. I don't wanna anger them. He's a little worried. Just a tad bit of worry on his face. The acting here is so subtle. The subtle changes in their faces. It's very, very skillful how they can manipulate their image, their visage. I don't know, the way, the emotion that their faces convey, because it shows a tad bit of worry to us, but to people in the world, they might not even think of it. But because the camera is framed on his face in such a way, we're able to see it more easily. Here we get some lore about the Tarkin massacre. 16 years ago, Grand Moff Tarkin killed 500 peaceful, unarmed Gormans in the middle of that plaza. You can imagine how upset we would be to find out there's an Imperial military facility rising over the monument to the fallen. Yes. Gormans yearn for peace and prosperity. If you are writing a report, make that your headline. Maybe we can do some good together. So they're trying to like get him into the fold somehow. They're trying to convince him. I wonder if like you spoke with Cyril, if he would have what he would say about this, because this has got to present some conflicting feelings, right? We see Andor waking up in the middle of the night with Bix looking out the window. He asks, "Are you okay?" It's like, "Are you seeing Dr. Gorst again?" "No, just couldn't sleep." Yes, Dr. Gorst. Not tonight. Hands him some binos. It's flashing. So apparently, there's a building that flashes a light if they are needed. Because we just got back. It's a meeting with Luthen. Ever been to Gorman, where they make the fabric? No. I want you to try something different. This will be clean work. You bring nothing but your wits. I need an assessment. Of what? Of who? Carl Rylance. Businessman, city official. He's running the Gorman front. You know him? In a way. Or in my way. We never met. Leia put a radio in. There was a rebel pilot that went down and we tried to help, but I can't go. He's too visible. I'm not sure about the group. Different kind of mission, but it's not without danger. So let me go back here and inspect this dialogue here. He asks if you know him. He says, in my way. Let me put this on so you guys can see. It says, we never met. Leia put a radio in. There was a rebel pilot that went down and we tried to help, but I can't go. He's too visible. Okay, so something about a rebel pilot going down and they were involved in it somehow and they were able to get a radio in, I guess, through that pilot. Okay, I'm remembering now. I'm remembering. So Rylance has a radio the same way Andor had a radio in the last arc. And they were able to get that to him because something happened with a pilot. Cool. I can't go. He's too visible. Not sure about the group. Different kind of mission, but not without its danger. Ix? No, not this time. No. You have to go alone. Andor does not like that. Think about the Empire choking Gorman so hard that even Carl Rylance gets off his comfortable butt to do something about it. Gorman would be a remarkable place to turn our way. I need to know more before we get involved. Bix will be fine. You don't know that. I haven't said yes. Reach out to Clea. I want this done quickly. So there's tension rising up in Gorman. Luthen wants an eye on it. That's where we're at now. Let's see what's going on next. We get to see Saw Gerrera. There's tubes keeping an eye on things. So this place, doesn't this place look like the Resistance base in Force Awakens? Makes me wonder, like, is this the same place? It said like the name of it, but I don't remember. And so in this scene, and I'm skipping because we are like pressed for time now, because for some reason I'm taking super long, probably because I didn't take enough notes. We see Saw Gerrera asking about this uh, explosive that's being built by none other than Willman. Willman's here. I was afraid. I forgot to say this, but Will wasn't there in Andor and Bix's apartment, which might have been a little awkward, but I was wondering, where's Will? Did he die? But no, he's alive and well. He's here. He's fine. But he's looking a bit worse for wear. Like, it's in the way that he speaks. Maybe I'll have to capture some footage. Like, maybe here.
Yes.
Everything's here. All the tools, full kit.
8 variations. 6 gauges.
So there's this thing with Rhino. I'm not sure what Rhino is. It sounds like some kind of unstable compound like nitroglycerin. But also a very caustic compound. Like, it'll boil you from the inside, or it'll roast your skin off and stuff. Crazy, brutal stuff like that. But and apparently it's very bad to breathe because of it, I would imagine. And Will is over here. He sees Saw Gerrera sniffing it because he likes the smell. So Will, he's constructing some kind of, I guess, in layman's terms, a drill. And you find, if you need Rhino, you find a station where they're transferring it. You tap in, get what you want, and then leave. I guess that's what he's making, but it's a dangerous fuel source, I suppose. And here's, just look at Will's face. He looks like, first of all, not looking too hot just by a still image, but looking at his the way he speaks and how he presents himself.
It works.
Who taught you this?
And they get really worked up, like, who taught you how to do all this?
Why is that important?
Why?
And they're like, how do you know how to do all this? He says, why is it important? What's more dangerous than Rhydonium? Not many old pipe poachers out there. Not many who've lived to tell the tale. Who taught you this? And then we get more speech from Willman.
I'm here to teach the variations. More than that, I'm not allowed to say.
Look at this.
So I think Will is working for Luthen as well. He's not allowed to say who taught him this or anything. But Will looks a bit haggard. I'm worried about Will, I'm not gonna lie. He looks different. He carries himself differently. He's got that crazy look in his eye. Maybe the last year has been hard on him, because last we saw of him, he was reeling from losing Brasso, losing Bila. I guess they were never able to go back for Bila. I don't know. Makes me wonder what happened. This is a brave one. But how brave? Have you ever seen a man die from Rhydonium? Maybe you're like me. Maybe you love smell. And maybe you breathe just a little too deeply. Burn from the inside. You watch your skin blister as it melts away. Or you die loud. cut a line, drop a wrench, let it spill. Don't even need a spark, do you, boy? Do you? Burn from the outside. What do they call you? Wilmon. Wilmon. Saw is like insane. He's gone crazy. He has his own story. He comes from the Clone Wars, and I won't spoil what happens to him in the Clone Wars, but it's not hard to think about how he went from where he was in Clone Wars to being here, fighting his whole life. It must have been hard for him, and no wonder he's gone insane. And he brings forth this guy named Pluti, and Wilmon is going to teach Pluti how to do this stuff. And there's a bit of a trouble with teaching all the variations, because Will was only going to teach him one, because it depends on what station you're going to hit. But he doesn't want to tell, Saul doesn't want to tell Will which station he's going to hit. And so he doesn't tell him which station he's going to hit. So like, how do I know which variation to teach? It's like, oh, just teach them all. He's like, but I have to leave tomorrow. Like, really? Is that what you need? It was an agreement. This was negotiated. I'll let our friend know that you're being taken care of. Find him a place to sleep. You're here till I get what I need. So Will is being held here against his will, basically. Not the best situation to be in. And this shot is makes me feel bad for Will. Because oh no. Probably thinking, what have I gotten myself into? I think that's the... Oh, no, there's still more in the show. So this, we see Andor and Bix having a moment. They do this thing where they grab each other's hands very weirdly. They, like, do a slice motion across the palm, and then they slice across, like, horizontally. Then they land their fingers, and it's very strange. I don't know if this means anything, or if it will later. I don't know where this came from, honestly. Feels rather indulgent. I don't know. And they're just there being intimate. We see him going down an elevator. Where's he going? See Bix off in the apartment again. And what is she doing? Well, there goes Andor. He's off to somewhere. I think he's off to do that job that Luthen was going to give him. And we see Bix back at the apartment by herself. And she has... What is that? She has some kind of thing where she takes out what looks to be a vial with some kind of liquid in it. He puts it in her mouth, takes a couple drops. And she begins to... Her eyes begin to flutter, and she lowers her head. Bix is not looking good. I'm worried about Bix. She's taking something. I don't know what it is, but she's taking something. And that's episode 4, Ever Been to Gorman. There's stuff in here, but it's mainly set up for what's going to happen in the next episodes. That's just how it is with these shows. you just kind of have to roll with it. And we get a radio. So we're back here at the gallery, and we hear Clea going through the radio. Excuse me. And she hears Mishko, who is working for Davos Skulden. Remember him from the last arc. He had his son Stekken marry Leda, who is Mon Mothma's daughter. That guy, Davos Skulden, talking with Mishko, which I guess is an assistant of his, or maybe she's in charge of his art. Maybe she's his curator? I'm not sure. She's telling him how some art piece that they own is a forgery, and this angers Davo very much. And he's like, I can't believe this is a forgery. The original one who sold it is dead. He probably didn't even know it was a forgery because it's so well done. And they have a party coming up where they're going to show all this art. So what are we going to do? He says, I want everything inspected. Everything. What could that mean? And we see Andor come into some kind of shop, and there's the sound of two individuals having fun, shall we say, in the background. I should say this, the name, I'll say it in a bit. So he knocks on the window and someone buzzes him in, and we see a lady in a robe, like a bathrobe. She says, how can I help you? Gorman. Visiting friends? Why do you ask? I'm curious by nature, she says. Andor says, I have friends everywhere. And it closes up on this lady. And because that means something, I should say now, the name of this episode is episode 5, I have friends everywhere. So that's a code that Andor is using. Bond, what do we have for Gorman? Nasty looking guy. And so Cassian is going to be going to Gorman. And he gets an earpiece, and the earpiece starts telling him his backstory. Your name is Varian Sky. You were born in Tahini and moved to Coruscant with your brother when you were 12. Your brother Patrios soon returned home, but you'd found an apprenticeship in a dressmaking studio and decided to stay. After your apprenticeship, you moved to the fashion district, where you found work as an assistant to a designer. And then it's going over all of this, like, crazy that Andor has to memorize all this, like, immediately, basically. There's no way he's keeping that earpiece. And maybe that earpiece is only programmed to play once. Who knows? But we'll see. We'll see in this episode. Andor. So in the first episode, I remember being upset that Cassian was basically kept in a fridge for 2 whole episodes with those rebel survivors, and basically kept him out of the story for 2 whole episodes. But it did show us that he had grown a bit since we last saw him. He was now more in charge. He felt more like a leader. He actually had good advice to give. He seemed to know what he was doing. And you'll see in this episode that his powers have doubled since we last met. Or however the quote goes. Anyways, Cyril is talking to Edie, and it sounds like he's coming home next weekend. And Edie is very happy about this. And Cyril says, I'm just worried that if I don't come back now, it might not be for a while. There's a rumor they might be tightening up the travel restrictions here. I thought you were in charge. This is hardly a Bureau of Standards issue. And there's some interesting dialogue between Edie and Cyril. But as they're talking, some Imperial officers start coming in. And this interrupts their conversation, and he says, I'll have to call you back. The officer says, listen up. I need everyone to step away from their workstations. And when they're doing this, this lady here, you might have seen her hand go to this desk here. She's putting something here. I can't see what it is, but she's putting something above her desk. And what that does, it creates feedback for the people listening in, but it also sets off an alarm. So maybe it was just like a device with a button on it that sounds the alarm. And it says, hey, you're in danger of getting caught. Cut off the signal. So they cut off the signal. Nobody's listening anymore. Cyril asks, what's going on here? They're telling us all to leave. No, stay where you are. Cyril Karn. Yes? I'm Attendant Grimish from ISB Tech. We have reason to believe there are listening devices in this office. Excuse me, you heard me. And basically what happens is Cyril gets worked up enough to get taken away by ISB for questioning, while the rest of them search for the listening device. And if Cyril is working for the ISB and he's getting taken away by the ISB, but it's a secret mission, so no one else in the ISB knows, I wonder if that's what he wanted. Maybe he's just presenting himself the way he wants the Gormans to see him, as someone who's defending them and someone who can be relied upon to defend them even when the pressure is on. And we're back to Clea examining the recording of Skulden finding out that the art piece is a fake, and we see them in the background here. They're here in the background, and while it's not in focus right now, this part, this specific piece, this cylinder right here comes into focus. Or maybe it's not, I don't know, because it turns out there's a listening device in this cylinder right here. This piece was gifted to Davos Skulden by Luthen as a and they took the opportunity to put a listening device in so that they can eavesdrop on whoever comes in here. So, and Davos, he wants to re-examine all of the pieces, make sure they're all legit, and so they are going to find the listening device when they examine it, which is not good, because it leads directly back to Luthen and Clea. And of course, this is a problem. Yeah, there it is. It shows that's where the device is, that it's right there, so if they find it, they're probably going to be killed. He wants everything vetted once and for all, and he is very upset by this. I want it inspected and recertified. Everything. And Clea's face is just stricken with worry here. Like, Clea's usually the one to play it straight. She's the one who remains cool under pressure. Luthen does as well, but she's better at it. At least, you know, when it comes to intelligence and gathering intelligence, waiting for intelligence, acting upon intelligence, that sort of thing. Luthen is he still got it. No confusion there, but she sometimes has to rein him in. And she sees some people waiting outside to get into the gallery, and I think she thinks to herself, oh man, what if that were like police? What if they were here to take me? It's not police, but what if it was? We're back to Andor, preparing to go to Gorman. He's getting on a transport. He's still listening to the earpiece. It's still telling him stuff about his backstory. And he has to memorize like numbers and addresses and stuff. He has to memorize why he decided to move into his fake apartment that he doesn't actually own. And here we see Cyril looking very dejected. Walking back to his apartment, or not his apartment, his office. And he feels the need to turn and address his workers. He said there was a listening device
in my office.
Copyright. Let me actually see if I can scan through this.
How long it's been there, or if it's even operational or unknown?
And you can hear it in his voice, but he's playing it very well that he is bothered by this. It's in his face too.
You will all now have the pleasure of thorough ISB interview.
Acting is top-notch, dude.
And there will be new security measures going forward. Because of course, we're bugging our own office.
I'll say this, I love Cyril Karn's actor. I forget his name, but he's so good at his job. Everyone in this show is so good at acting. Oh man, I can't wait for the next episodes. They're all great. So he goes into his office and he plays the part very well. He's playing two parts at once. It's crazy. And they found his prior record and they're like, oh, he used to work on Morlana 1 and on Ferrex. Something happened. We got this from a Preox Morlana database. It wasn't easy. File was sealed. Interesting. What was our friend Mr. Karn doing on Morlana 1? He was there for 5 years. He was a corporate cop. Scroll down. Apparently his departure was quite the scandal. He was fired. It's better than that. He was fired by the ISB. Fired by the ISB and sent packing with full dishonor. Well, well. That would explain a great deal, wouldn't it? So I love this. They're taking a narrative that we've already seen happen before our very eyes, and they're inverting it. Because we were there, we saw it all happen. We know that Cyril blamed Andor and Axis for getting him fired, and that he was just trying to do his job. And if everyone had just done a better job with him, things could have been avoided. But things were so lax, and because he was the only one wanting to do the right thing, he's the one who got flack for it. But these guys see it, and they're like, oh, he was fired by the ISB with full dishonor. He must hate them. But we know that he idolizes the ISB to an extent. He idolized Deidre for a moment. I don't know if he still does. But he loves Deidre. He loves the ISB. He loves the Empire. But I wonder if he loves them or he just wants to prove himself to them. The same way he wanted to prove himself to his mother. I don't know. You know, everything informs everything, you know? And he's walking back home, and look at this. Like, how could you see this and not just be reminded of, like, 1940s Paris? It reminds me of The Saboteur. You all remember that game? Wouldn't it be cool if there was a game like The Saboteur, but it was in Star Wars? That would be awesome. Well, that was weird. There's some screen tearing. But then he comes back to his apartment, and there's people waiting for him. What could this mean? It's Rylands. We were worried. Seem upset. We saw ISB come into the building. Yes, I am upset. It tore my office apart. I was interrogated for 2 hours like a criminal. For coming to the meeting? No, it's got nothing to do with that. They were looking for a listening device. Which of course I either condoned or ignored. Or put in myself for some reason. Or else the whole thing was a ruse for them to put something in. I don't know. They do what they want. Without an explanation, he says, it's the ISB. This is great, because Cyril's working for the ISB, and yet when some guy's like, wow, the ISB they didn't explain themselves at all, and he says, well, it's the ISB. What else do you expect? It's great. Like, he's got to know that I really want to know what Cyril... I hope we get a scene or something where we have a more internal dialogue with Cyril. Not like, I don't expect him to like broadcast his thoughts, but I want to know what he's thinking about all this. I want to know... Is it just to please Deidre? Just to... We know that he holds the rule of order in very high regard, and the Empire is who's in charge now, so maybe he thinks that, you know, if he's supporting the Empire, he's doing the right thing, you know? I really hope we get something more, like, to discuss with him. It would be great. And here is an interesting idea. I wonder if this will somehow flip... I wonder if this will somehow flip Cyril in some way. Rylance, he says, many of us believe the Empire has no idea what's being done on his behalf. We think the ISB is running a shadow government. To be honest, nothing would surprise me at this point. And believe me, you don't know the half of it. Dude. I love this knowing face from Cyril. It's like, ah. I do wonder, like, I want to know what Cyril's thinking. I'm sorry I'm getting hung up on this very, very long, but I want to know what Cyril's thinking. I want to know, like, does he empathize with the plight of the Gormans? Does he even think about it? Does he... Because they're saying, oh, well, we're not against the Empire. Actually, I think the ISB is against the Empire. We need to do something about it. And he's like, oh, yeah, totally. Yeah. Want to know more? Rylance, of course, likes to hear this. He says, what if we could help the Empire by working together? And Cyril, of course, he's just saying what Rylance wants to hear. How would we do that? We need to know what's on the carriers. You know who we are, and you see what's happening. We need to know what kind of facility it is before things get out of hand. I told you, I don't have the plans. We want to focus on deliveries. We need to know what's on those transports, Cyril. It's construction. That's what comes across my desk. And the rest of it, not every transport has a bill of lading. Those are the ones we'd be interested in. So here they're saying, all right, Cyril, if you want to help us, if you want to help the Empire, you're going to have to get us a list of when the transports are coming in. He's in. And we're back at Bix and Cassian's apartments, or Luthen's hideouts, whatever you want to call it. The doorbell's ringing and Bix is super afraid of who it might be, but then it turns out to be Luthen. And they're making small talk. They're talking about the safe house. Oh, I've slept here. Crazy, I've slept here twice. All kinds of stuff. What else do they talk about here? Never ends, all the hiding. Bix, they start getting into a deeper discussion of, I'm tired of all this stuff. I'm tired of having to hide from the Empire, everything. Because it never ends, all the hiding. And Luthen says, it will. Bring them down or die trying. What else is there? He says, I'm not as strong as you. That's just night talking. That's being stuck here in this box. Maybe you're just not as strong as I think. Maybe not. I'll try to find someplace else for you to stay. I'll have a look. Not loving Coruscant. It's overwhelming. I know you, spots the drugs. You've been struggling. Is that what he told you? I'm better than he thinks I am. All he does is sing your praises. We need you, Bix. We need you healthy. And while they're talking, Bix has this face on. She knows that Luthen just saw the drugs and that he lifted them just now. She knows.
You came here to offer me something. You wanted something. And you changed your mind.
Not lost your eye, have you? It was just another weapons appraisal. I have alternatives. We'll find something more exciting. You should rest.
And it's kind of painful to see Bix have this look of, you're not going to steal from me, when the item in question is drugs. I don't want to see Bix become a drug addict. I don't want to see that, man.
You should be here when he gets back.
Give it. I use it for sleep.
She looks away when she says that, by the way, and it's a question of, do you only use it for sleep, or is it for something more recreational?
It works for a while. But the dreams come back worse when you stop. Be careful.
There's this look of defiance in her eyes, but also of fear of, like, I'm afraid you might be right. Like, if he's right, what does that mean for me?
You need me healthy.
Yeah.
I love that. Oh my god. So we discussed this before. It was like Luthen has two things in his life: the mission and his friends. And they mix together a lot because he cares for his friends, but he also cares for the mission. And as he said earlier, he needs Bix healthy. He says, oh, you shouldn't rely on this too much. The dreams get worse and you stop. And she turns it back on him and says, you need me healthy. And this drone, this ominous drone comes in and he says, yeah, I need you healthy. Because yes, he does care for Bix and Cassian, but he also needs them to do their job. It's so good. I love these conflicting morals. I love Luthen as a character. He might be the best character in Andor. I really like him. He's fantastic. We get Willman teaching the guy how to do the thing with the Rhydonium, and he messes up. But luckily they're just playing at it. They're not doing the actual thing, so they don't actually die. And he says, he's trying to teach him. He says, it'll spark when it comes back on. He says, I knew that. I'm an idiot. He says, well, it's a lot to take in. It doesn't seem to bother you. 8 variations. Saw thinks there's 8 things I have to remember. He doesn't realize all the primes, all the sifting factors, the tools. How'd you ever learn this? Who taught you? And Will has this face on him whenever someone asks him that. Like, I'm not telling you that. Look at that face, like, you're not getting that out of me. I want to know what happened to Will in this year. What happened to him? He has like the stare of a grizzled war vet. What happened, Will? Oh man, this poor guy.
No more questions. Sorry.
So he says, I can't leave until we get this. Let's keep working at it. And they keep working at it. They start over. And we see Cyril talking with one of his workers while he's backing up some files. And he says, oh, it's just, you know, I'm getting work done. I need you to keep the audit on track. Make sure to lock up tight. I don't want any more security questions. Do your job. Get to work. And finally she leaves, and he's got the floppy disks, or whatever those are, and he places one in his pocket. What's going on, Cyril? What was that you put in your pocket? Walking out on the plaza in front of the memorial, as always. Traveling, are we? Something to take home? Yeah, I'll take one for my mother. And we're fine. Nobody's watching. A man of taste. Best spider on the plaza. Come back safe. And he puts the floppy disk in the briefcase before picking up the spider. So now the Gorman Front has the files they were looking for. He's done it. And here we see Clea approaching Mishko. This lady is in charge of Davos Skulden's collection. How funny that she finds her here. We were wondering if we should offer it up to Skulden as a gift for the exhibition. That's the party that they're having. It's an art exhibition. It's short notice, but if there was interest, we might find time for an immediate installation. It's remarkable, yes, but between us, I wouldn't do it. There's been some question about the provenance of a certain piece. Nothing to do with Luthen, but Skulden is in a rage about it. They're taking everything out of there the day after the party for reappraisal. Dude, her face is like, oh man, what are we doing? What's gonna happen? And we're back with the Gorman Front. They're checking out the files that Cyril gave them. It has every transport, every item. It's all here. Precise, aren't they? Wait, hang on. What's this? What is MSR? That's military code. Military security required. It means the drivers need special clearance. There it is. Get your father. Let's break it down and get the schedules first. So something with military clearance is being taken to Palmo, but we already know what it is. They are building an armory. This is them figuring it out, but the ISB wants them to figure it out because they're doing a psyop. They're manipulating them. And here, look at this. Look at this. We get to see Valerian Sky, Andor's alias for now. I thought that was going to be the reveal, but I guess not. Let's go further. He's walking. So when this was happening, I was like wondering, oh gosh, is he going to run into Cyril? Imagine if Cassian and Cyril crossed paths. Could you imagine? I was going insane thinking about this. All right, he's about to walk in the building. We got a lot of people with like Star Warsy attire and accessories. Here he is. Says checking in. Yeah, here we go. Check this out. Here's my boy, all dripped out, dude. He is dripped out. Check this out, dude. Take off the glasses.
Varian Sky.
Bro, he's dripped out. My boy is looking clean. He gets taken in by this bellboy, or bellhop, I don't know what to call them. And I'm not gonna lie, I thought it was freaking Timothy Chalamet for a moment. Like, let me try and find the shot where I thought it was Timothy Chalamet. It's so funny. Okay, so it's not Valerian Sky, it's just Varian Sky. Like, look at this shot. Doesn't he look like Timothy Chalamet? For those of you who don't know, Timothy Chalamet, he plays Paul Atreides in Dune and Willy Wonka in Wonka. Anyways, he just gets in, he's showing him all the different stuff. And something interesting happens in this scene. Andor, he's playing the part of a rich designer. And he points out the window and he says, "Is that where it happened? The monument." And the bellhop, he just says, "It is." "Really? Wow, right there." Bellhop. He is called a bellhop. Some people don't think it's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea to commemorate a massacre in the center of town. Is that you? Do I mind?
Yeah.
No, doesn't matter to me.
I'm sure you have an opinion.
I needn't be reminded. I was there.
That's crazy. Because this was 16 years ago, and this bellhop looks honestly young. I wonder how old he was. He was 2 or something?
How old were you?
Yeah.
12.
12? So he's 28. Okay. And once you learn that, like, he was there, there's kind of, like, this grimace on his face, slightly. It's not a happy memory, I imagine.
Grand Moff Tarkin, right?
And he gets this face when he mentions Grand Moff Tarkin, because that's the man responsible.
Will there be anything else, sir?
And of course, Andor, he's like, "Oh man,
I'm sorry. Didn't
Mean to make you uncomfortable?
Getting afraid of sharing too much. But yeah, they get into this conversation about the monument and what happened. So we get to learn more. He gives him a coin or coins and says thank you. And the bellhop, he has this face like I want to tell someone about this, you know? He says, "We've been asked not to speak of it with guests. I'm just a designer." Let me show you or let you hear how Andor says it, because
I'm just a designer. I'm curious.
This is where we see, like, this dude is an insanely good spy. He's incognito and just, he plays the part so well.
Been hearing about Gorman my whole life.
Oh, dude, look at this. Let me get to where I can play it. So, this.
Gorman my whole life.
He says, "I've been hearing about Gorman my whole life." And check this out. Look at him, like, patiently waiting for this bellhop to spill the beans after he's planted the seed. You see the mask slip when he thinks no one's watching. It's, oh man, it's beautiful.
It was Moff talking. People wouldn't clear and he wanted to land. And more of us kept coming. We thought there was safety in numbers. Who would land the cruise on a crowd full of unarmed citizens? I was with my father. He was killed, saving me.
Sorry to hear that.
So I guess he did just land an entire cruiser on 500 Gormans. That is insane. And this kid, he was 12. I say kid, he's almost my age. He was 12. It's not like, oh, he was 4, and so he might not remember it as well. He was 12. There's stuff that happened to me when I was 12 that traumatized me, and I remember it clearly. Like, good God, I can't even imagine to see your parents be crushed to death amongst 500 other people. That's terrifying to imagine. Oh my God.
Haven't gone very far, have I? My wife thinks it's insane we stay here.
Poor guy, man. He has this such a tortured look on his face. Look at this.
Do let me know if there's anything else you might need.
Like, good Lord. Oh my God, bro. This is why I love this show. It shows the normal people and how they've been affected and what being under the Empire means for the everyday person. I love it. It's the best thing this show does. It's the best thing this show has.
Hey. Thank you. It's good to meet you.
Can't show more. I can't let you listen to more of the music because holy cow, I'm probably gonna get destroyed by Disney. But the music, oh, it's great. See Cyril back at Coruscant, where we see some stormtroopers. It's great to see stormtroopers in this show because stormtroopers actually have meaning again. I hate what Star Wars has done with stormtroopers ever since Disney got a hold of it. Because Oh man, they're supposed to represent the most tyrannical force in the galaxy, and they became jokes. I hate it so much. But now it's like they're back in full force, like they actually mean something again. Especially after they killed Brasso. They meant something in the first season too. Like the Empire means something again. I love this show. Let me actually do something here real quick. And we see this. We see Dedra answering the doorbell. I was safe. They actually kiss, yay! Well, he kisses her cheek. And says, I was careful all the way. She says, I know, I had you followed. Artigas insisted. Oh, Cyril, he's been away for who knows how long, and she says, how long can I stay? And he says, she says an hour. Let me just play it for you, because...
How long can I stay?
An hour.
Are you kidding?
He feels, it sounds like he's so hurt, because this is, I don't know if they're married or not, but it's practically like, I don't know, are they married? Because I don't feel like calling Dedra and Cyril husband and wife would feel right unless they were married. And so they have just a tiny bit of small talk. There's like, do you really think they're watching Edie's apartment? And she says, no, but we've put in so much for it to go wrong for something so small, you know, which one thing or two things actually, interesting that Cyril calls his mother by her first name. Second of all, I guess they're thinking about everything like, oh, we want to make sure Edie doesn't get in the way. Not just because, you know, Edie's Edie, but she's a potential, you know. They want to look at it from all sides, but they're not watching her, but they're thinking about it. Then Cyril says, an hour. Look at this. It's so funny.
An hour.
Turn out the lights.
Can't believe you had me followed.
Turn out the lights.
So Cyril has this look like he loves Dedra, and yet Dedra, this is how she looks. It's kind of funny. If I can get to the right timing.
Turn out the lights.
She has like a scowl on her face almost. Like, brother, are y'all able to be intimate at all? And of course, Cyril is like, I wonder what he thinks about. Maybe that's just how she is. And he turns out the lights. And it hangs on the shot for a moment. We don't hear anything. And that's it. It's ends of scene. And here we are at a cafe, it seems. And Rylance's daughter is meeting Varian Sky here. And she says, Enza, House of Rylance.
Oh, Enza.
You've just arrived.
Yeah.
Let me rewind so you can hear Andor's performance. It's great.
Varian Sky.
Yes.
Enza, a House of Rylance.
Oh, Enza.
You've just arrived.
Yeah.
And they're both trying to play their part, and even Enza is like, oh look, it's Varian Sky, the designer we were supposed to meet. Wow, how lucky to find you here.
Yeah.
Already out and about. How intrepid.
And you? How observant.
Now the times demand it, don't you think?
I was planning to make an appointment tomorrow, and here you are.
So, again, there's like a quiet sort of thing going on here. So, Ensa is representing the Gorman front at this point in time, in this moment. Andor is representing Luthen, but they don't know if it's Luthen or not. I don't know. I don't know how much they know. And they're quietly examining each other. They're sizing each other up. They're like, oh, sit down, sit down. Go ahead and sit down. Talking about how busy this place used to be. Now it's practically empty. Is your hotel even half full? And he's like, I just checked in. She says, I happen to know it's not. And that kind of raises the bar a little bit. It's like, he says, oh, I checked if your bar was even full. And it's not. It's not even half full. And I love this switch up here. You hear how jovial Andor was, you know, playing the part of Varian Sky. Then you hear the switch up.
What is it you think you're doing? You don't know me.
Immediately switches up. I love it.
Let's start over. My friend suggested I meet your father.
Your friend might have come himself.
Unless I'm the friend. Right? Or maybe I'm a snitch. And you're my payday. Maybe I'm ISP.
And of course, she's kind of sinking into her chair like, oh, I've messed up.
Maybe you just put everyone you care about into a cell. I am who you want me to be, but that's just you getting lucky.
And he is really drilling into her like, you need to be more careful. You could have just gotten everyone you love either killed or imprisoned. You need to be more careful.
People die rushing. You have no idea who I am. You need to be more careful.
It's hard to be patient when your world is falling apart.
That's just, you know, her trying to explain herself, but, you know. She says, my father's very proud. And then we get this.
And I can't wait to meet him. I need fabric.
Dude, the switch up is insane. The switch up even has her like, oh my god. Because when you're in this kind of situation, where someone is able to switch up on you, even if in your head you know they're either an actor or they work for something where they are required to switch up on personalities, even if you know intellectually seeing it in person, your brain instinctually tells you this is a crazy person. This is a crazy person. This person is insane. You need to get away from them. This person is crazy. Get away from them. Like there's something instinctually nestled into our brains that whenever something like this happens, gives you such a visceral feeling of discomfort that, and it's represented perfectly here. And I honestly felt that kind of myself when watching this, like, oh my God, this guy is not crazy, but he's good. He's really good. I love that so much. I want to rewind it.
When your world is falling apart.
Put on the...
My father's very proud.
And I can't wait to meet him. I need fabric.
Oh my gosh, look at his face. There's not an iota of that man we saw before drilling into this rebel, telling her to not get her loved ones killed. There's not one minute detail in his face that resembles that man from before at all. Actually impeccable acting. And I just noticed this. There's this let me switch back here. There's this spider over here. That's neat. A little bit of Gorman detail in every piece of architecture. I especially expect that to be here near the memorial, a cafe near the memorial that probably attracts loads of tourists. Well, maybe used to. Maybe it's not doing that nowadays in this day and age.
When is a good time for me to come by the showroom tomorrow?
Like, okay, they're just discussing. Oh, we'll send word in the morning. Oh yeah, and then they have this conversation. So they hug and...
Hey, the people you have following me, they're just drawing attention. Send them home. Nice to meet you.
Dude, Andor is becoming quite the spy. And then we get this shot. This shot is great. I love this shot. Texan hates it, but I love it because of how playful it is. This shot.
Oh. Oh.
I love it. Hey, there's blue milk. Look, the blue milk. The blue milk is real.
Does it have a name?
Sure, Spider.
Perhaps I'll call it Cyril.
That's an interesting choice.
What a comfort that will be. The silence. The brooding. The disregard for common sense. Be almost like having you here.
I love it so much. And we see this interesting, there's like a CRT. It's like a tube television in Star Wars with these two ladies who look like they came from the Hunger Games talking about their day and the Senate investiture. And it's just like a talk show, I suppose. And they're talking about like parties that are going around surrounding stuff. And we get this this shot of like different garbage lying around the apartment. There's a blaster. I thought it was a beer bottle at first, but no, it's a blaster. And we see Bix just on the floor with a blaster in hand, almost in hand. Is she high or I don't know. With Cassian gone, I guess she just whatever, just lays there till he comes back. Then we see Cassian walking through Gorman, and he visits Rylance's business. The 19 generations, one of the youngest Twilleries in Palmo. That's actually insane. It's actually crazy. And I remember, like, oh man, I'm having trouble remembering it now, but there was a number given for like how many years these Twilleries have been around. It was like in the thousands, like 1,000 or 2,000 years, and yet one of the youngest Twilleries in Palmo. That's insane. Yeah, there's talking, making some small talk, and while he's pretending to show him stuff, he gets to the real talk. I've been told about your conversation last night. Apparently we have a lot to learn. Is it safe to talk in here? We sweep for listening devices daily. That must draw attention. Every Twillery on the plaza does the same. It's a competitive market. There was a rebel pilot trapped in the mountains. We saved him. You were given a special radio. Okay, so that's how it happened. A rebel pilot was trapped in the mountains and they saved him, and that's how they got the radio. Okay, cool. The person that sent you is but a voice to me. We've spoken, we've exchanged messages, but I have no idea really who's at the other end of the line. That won't change, but it's for everyone's benefit. So they're getting to know each other, or at least how things will be going forward. And but he does give him a fresh code crystal for the radio, so I guess they can continue communications. Says it's one of a kind. It'll only fit in the transmitter you were given. I offer that as a bond. The new Imperial building, have you seen it? Well, it's hard to miss. They're building an armory in the center of town. We don't know why, they deny it. It's in violation of the Imperial Charter. We've had sightings, we've slipped people into some of the work crews, but we were unsure until now. I'm only meeting you because we find ourselves with a unique opportunity. We have a source inside. An Imperial source, I will not say. Feeding false information is what they do. You're aware of that. They're pretty good at it. And someone else comes and says the information is reliable. So I love this dramatic irony going on here, where you have the ISB sending Daedra, who sends Cyril from the Bureau of Standards, who gets in contact with the Gorman Front and tells them, yeah, you should hijack, or, look at, you're right, you should totally, do what you're doing and everything. You're great, yeah, just do it. And this is all part of an Imperial agenda to get a rise out of Gorman. Then you have Andor come, who's working for Luthen as a rebel network. And he says, you should be really careful that you might be playing into the Imperial's hands, or as a ruse. This information could be unreliable. And he says, no, it's reliable. And they're right, it is reliable, but it's only because they want it to be. They're playing something like 4D chess. Talking about the shipments and everything. We need proof, we need to take it down, we need to catch them in the lie and start our own armory by taking the weapons from them and owning them. We're gonna steal. He basically says, check the radio. We will discuss this at another time. Then we see Cyril and Dedra and Major Partagaz discussing their plans in the ISB. Very interesting. Let me actually put it on screen so you guys can see it a little bit.
We're connecting to the Gorman Front leadership.
I am, sir. Kara Rylance is a prominent businessman and politician in Palmu. I've been dealing with him directly.
So this is crazy that Cyril is talking directly to Major Partagaz.
And we're sure they're buying the story?
We're skeptically confident, sir.
Words to live by.
And it makes me wonder, how much does Cyril know? What does Cyril think about what they're doing? You'll see what I mean in a second.
I think they're planning already. They're inexperienced, but very eager.
How often those attributes align?
He looks directly at Dedra when he says that. Referencing the first season where she had the right thing on the mind in terms of what the ISB aimed to do. But she needed a little bit of direction. I guess that's what he feels he imparted to her. Lifts an eyebrow at that.
They'll need help, sir. The plan, your plan, to bait Gorman as a prize for outside agitators, needs to begin somewhere.
To bait Gorman as a prize for outside agitators. Bait Gorman as a prize. Outside agitators. So they're not just trying to get a rise out of Gorman itself, but they want to attract bad actors and people with nefarious motivations to be attracted to Gorman. They want to attract those people.
This could be that moment.
So if that's what Cyril knows, that's what he thinks is the motivation here, that we're going to bait people to Gorman to cause trouble and stir up tension. I guess he must think that's okay. He must think that, like, yeah, it's the Empire. Yeah, we should do that. I wonder what he thinks about Gorman, like, because he doesn't believe in the propaganda, but he still thinks it's fine to do all this. Like, his motivation in the first season was, I need to catch a murderer, which is pretty virtuous if you think about it. Here it's like, oh, I'm working for the ISB in a psyop to attract, to bait outside, what was the word he said? Outside aggressors or something?
They'll need help, sir. The plan, your plan.
To bait Gorman as a prize for outside agitators. We're in a psyop where we're going to do that. Where's the virtue in that? And what's his reasoning? I really want to know, because this almost seems out of character for Cyril. Other than, you know, he wants to aim to please. He wants to please Dedra. He wants to please the ISB. He wants to please the Empire. Maybe that's his only motivation. Maybe that was his motivation for trying to catch Cassian in the first season as well. He wanted to show that he wasn't wrong in trying to catch the murderer. He was aiming to please, and he was right to do so.
To bait Gorman as a prize for outside agitators needs to begin somewhere. This could be that moment.
I really hope we get more introspection with Cyril, because I feel like I want more of Cyril. I want more of everybody in this show, dude. These episodes are like an hour long, but I want more.
How may we assist?
So this is crazy. Partagaz actually asking Cyril, or maybe he's just asking the room, how should we go forward?
Transport schedules need to remain consistent. The information I pass them needs to be accurate.
I'll need oversight on military security.
Done?
If they pull it off, when it's over, we need to calibrate retribution carefully.
They're already planning for retribution. Like, what do we do? What do we do to steer further public opinion in the direction that we want?
We want them growing bolder. They need to see what winning feels like.
These people are so evil, dude.
I'll make sure things don't get out of hand. Excellent work, Cyril.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, bet that makes Cyril happy. I love this next scene here.
Be briefed.
Pause so I can just get straight to it without having to worry about copyright. Or mute it, I should say. Both looking at each. Look at his face, dude. He's like, I did it. Major Partagaz thanked me.
If I say this is the greatest day of my life, does it spoil everything?
So I guess there it is. That's his motivation. He wants to please the Empire, I guess. Well, I don't think you can boil down Cyril's character so simply. There's so many things at play, like him growing up with his mother without a father and the way his mother is, his experience on Morlana 1 and on Ferrex, his experience with the Bureau of Standards and getting caught by Dedra. Like, it all informs how he's gotten to here today. So the fact that he's succeeding in the highest station he has ever been in, so good, where Major Partagaz himself is thanking him. I honestly, like, he's more than just a do-gooder for the Empire. He wants to feel worth something, I think.
It's good to see you happy.
They're so stilted, and I love it so much. She's measured her emotions for so long, even when she delights in Cyril's happiness. I feel like, I'm just gonna say, I feel like there's like strong sexual tension here between her and Cyril, like, but she's regulated her emotions for so long. It's so stilted. Oh, chicken or something. I don't know. Let me put this back on. So yeah, they're eating some kind of roasted reptile. Honestly, it's making me hungry too. All I had this morning was that cereal. Need to eat something else. So Will, he's walking around the area. He sees the guy he's teaching. I've already forgotten his name. Pluto or Pleto, whatever he's saying. He goes to talk to Saw Gerrera, and he says, "Listen, I can't learn all this stuff about Pluti. That's his name. I can't learn all this stuff like you want me to. We need to focus on one specific station." And eventually, Saw ends up giving him the name of the station and the name of the junction. And he walks away, and Will sees all this happening. Then we see Leia at the gallery, and she breaks the news to Luthen that the bug has been spotted, or it's about to be. And Luthen at first is stunned. We'll see his reaction later. Then we see the rebels, the Gorman Front, talking to Andor about the plan. So they're showing the spot where they plan to steal the merchandise on the truck. And the ones that they're interested always come alone. They're usually in threes, but the ones they're interested are always alone. Another subtle hint that the ISB wants them to get away with this. They have a tunnel that goes into the sewers where a transport will be waiting, where they'll make their getaway. And now, then we cuts back to Clea and Luthen having an explosive argument where Luthen is blaming Clea for, wow, it was your choice to put a microphone in a art piece that would lead directly back to us. And let me just play a little bit of it for you because it is very interesting to hear these two characters arguing. Because again, both of these always maintain their cool. This is the first time we've ever seen them have an explosive argument.
Let's keep making avoidable mistakes.
Let's keep overreacting.
Pause for copyright.
I wouldn't be so upset if I hadn't predicted it.
This solves nothing.
For what? What have we ever heard?
Are you done?
I want to make sure y'all can't hear that. Something.
Let's put a bug in Davos Skalda's office. That leads directly back to us.
Oh, it didn't seem to bother you when we caught Yularen lying.
Oh, seriously?
The Hollow News buyout. Skulden courting the Grand Vizier.
Wait, they bought out news?
Bits and pieces, that's all we ever got. 2 years of bits and pieces.
You agreed to it.
I'll let you talk me into it.
You're becoming insufferable.
I love watching these two characters interact this way because we've never seen them interact this way.
I can't keep track anymore. All this lines we've laid, all this information, the radios, the frequencies, the messages flying around. We're drowning.
It's also a great way to see how Luthen is dealing with his whole array that he's laid out. You know, as he said it, all these messages that flying around, the nets that we've laid, it's all too much, we're drowning. It's very fun. I like to see it. I love to see it.
You keep pretending it's all under control.
Are you done? We have to take it out at the party.
They're gonna attend the party and they have to take it out right then. There's only one chance.
If we can't.
And the music is fantastic. And I don't know if you saw, but Luthen, he just like, oh, he steps back because, oh, this is gonna be stressful. Oh no, this is gonna be something. Like, what do we do if we can't take it out during the party?
We should be prepared.
Again, we see Clea calm and collected like she always is. She is always calm and collected. She knows what needs to be done and she sets out to do it. Now, I wonder... So I want to say I hope Clea doesn't die. I hope none of these characters die, but I think they are because... I don't know, man. None of these characters were ever in any of the other Star Wars films. They don't need to be. They're not pertinent to those films, so that's okay if they're not. But I wonder what's going to happen to them, you know? Anyway. But as I was saying before, I wonder how Clea would work in a field operation like Luthen, because Luthen, he's been out there. He's talked to Saw Gerrera, to Vel on Alkenzi, he's been in barracks ready to engage in firefights. I wonder how Clea would fare. She seems more focused on the intelligence. Oh, man. Because her and Luthen, they both operate at similar levels. But Clea always seems to come out on top when things get heated in a conversation regarding intelligence. And the gathering of intelligence, the the hiding it away, covering it, making sure no one but you has access to it. I like it. I think it's great. I wonder how she would fare in a more stressful situation, like a combat situation. I don't need to see it. I don't want to see it, actually. I hope Clea comes out of this okay. It's just a thing I wonder about. They gotta make preparations. All right, and here we go. The Saw Gerrera and his men, they're preparing to move out. And they're approaching this device that Will and Pleatu have made. And he says, is he ready? Yes. Ready enough to do it on his own? No help from you? I think so. You think? Or you know? It's neither. I've done what I can. I've done everything you've asked for. If I don't show up back home, there... And then he shoots Pleatu dead. Traitor! So that guy, Will, just spent days teaching how to do this very risky procedure, has just been killed. And not a lot of emotion gets past Will's tired face in this arc, because he's very tired, I feel. Tired and traumatized, and he looks like a war vet. But you can see, like, his face is going through so many emotions right now. Fear, surprise, dread. This guy is dead, and I'm the only one who knows how to do the thing that these guys are asking him to do. But he's dead now. Now I'm gonna have to do it. And he picks up some kind of transmitter from the guy. Says, here's the proof. He's been transmitting to the Empire. There's an ambush waiting for us at the Marquez Moon pipeline. That's where he told him. So Saw told this guy where they were going to be going. Then he saw an ambush starting to form at the pipeline. And he's like, ah, this guy's a traitor. Okay, kill him. But we will be many parsecs away, drinking our Rido in peace. Move quickly, comrades. Whatever you don't take, we burn. We will not be back this way again. And Will, oh man, poor Will, man. Poor Will. I'm afraid for Will, like genuinely. I'm afraid for what's gonna happen to him. Good lord, the acting in this show is top notch.
It's on you, boy.
Oh, his face. Oh my gosh, dude. Just looks at the body. This show has so much sauce. I said that multiple times when we were watching it. This show has so much sauce, dude. Case in point. This scene. I've seen this shown on Twitter. Hey, look at this. Looks fantastic. Stop for copyright. And what's cool about this is that there is a this is a cinematic reference to a scene in Rogue One when the fighters come in above Scarif. That's the name of the planet. When they come in above Scarif, it's like this, but in reverse. They come in this scene, they go into warp. In the Rogue One scene, they come out of warp, and you see Scarif. Very cool. Cinematically tying its identity back to Rogue One. I love it. We cut back to Palmo. And so they discussed, they met up with Cassian. They discussed their plans. Now, what's the verdict? And Cassian's about to leave, so Rylance needs to know, are you running away or running to find us reinforcements? He says, that won't be up to me. Surely you have an opinion. Hijacking the carrier? Yes, can be done. But can you and your people do it alone? I don't think so. How much help do we need? It's not stealing things that's difficult. It's getting away. But you won't be doing that. You'll be living at the scene of the crime. Worse than that, you're planning to advertise what you've done. Because you gotta remember, Rylance, his whole plan is to steal from the carrier, find proof that they're building an armory in Palmo, and then show that to the world, the galaxy, because that is a violation of the Imperial Charter. And Andor is saying, you're stealing, and you're not even going to try and get away. You're going to be living right here and telling everyone what you've done. You're going to be advertising yourself. So then what, he says? Let it continue? Let them build what they want? Let them persecute us for no reason and tighten the noose every time we cry out? Is that what you suggest? Is that truly your recommendation? He says, I have more questions than recommendations. And Rylance, of course, is very disappointed in this. Not much of a revolutionary, are you? So this is going to be the... There's a question posed by this series where when you rebel, when you try to be a revolutionary, things are going to get worse. We saw this after Alkenzi, the PORD, the restrictions on ceremony of tradition in different parts of the galaxy. And when Mon came to Luthen after Alkenzi, she said, was this you? And I don't think he gave her a straight answer, but he said, but the conversation came to a head and said, Mon Mothma said, things are going to get so much worse. They're going to retaliate worse than ever now. People are going to get hurt. And Luthen, he said, yeah, that's the plan. The plan is for them to retaliate so much that revolution becomes necessary. It becomes not just a choice. It doesn't just become a fork in the road. It becomes the road. People will have no choice but to rebel because of the tyranny they're living under. And we're seeing that again here in Andor. We'll see more discussion on it. Cassian, he's become quite skilled, as we've seen. He's played Varian Sky very well. He's negotiated or spoken with the Gorman Front amicably. They showed him their plans and all this stuff without being caught. He's gotten it all down. Yet, when asked for his personal opinion, because he will not be the one making the decisions on what is done with these plans, when asked for his personal opinion, he's like, yeah, this is terrible. Because it's terrible because you're going to be showing the galaxy all this wrongdoing that's going on, and that's going to be bad for you. And it's like, brother, I think you're missing the point. Like, revolution is always going to be ugly. But he doesn't seem to realize that. At least when practical safety is concerned. He says, perhaps not. I'm not a revolutionary. Good day to you. He leaves. And I think this leaves Cassian thinking, like, man. Oh, he turns around. What's he gonna say? And tell your friend I'm not impressed. So not only has Andor made himself look bad for being a pretty milquetoast revolutionary, he's made Luthen look bad. Because this guy gets this radio. He's like, oh, if you need help, send for us. We'll send someone to help you. And he sends someone, and he sends Andor saying, yeah, this is going to go terribly for you. You shouldn't do it. I could see why he's not impressed. And where are we at now? Ah, we're in the planet where they're getting all the Rhino. And look, they got the Wampa, they got tubes. I always thought it was weird that there's a freaking Wampa on their team. So, are Wampas, like, feral or not? Because the one on Hoth was definitely feral. But here we have one that is sentient enough to wield a blaster and wear gear and work in a team. Like, maybe it's because I don't know enough about the different species in Star Wars, but, like, Chewbacca, the Wookiees, those guys are... They are sentient, but they have a certain level of sentience where you have to calm them down like animals sometimes. Maybe that's what the Wampas are like. Maybe if they're left in the wilderness for so long, they just act like animals. I don't know. But yeah, they're fueling their ships. We see Wilmon messing with the junction. And we see Saw speaking with him. This is very interesting dialogue. I'll just read it because I don't know if I want to risk. I've risked a lot in this stream. I'm getting scared, honestly. I don't know what the fate of this stream is going to be. But anyway, he says, I was younger than you are now. I was a prisoner. Yo, bro, can't stay tonight, sadly, lol, but I hope Andor is good or bad. I don't know. Lamau, DM me later. I'll talk to you about Asterix. Would love to watch it with you. Have a nice stream, doofus. Well, thanks for stopping by, even if it's just to say see you later. I'll see you later, Emmerich. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And so we're in this scene with Will, and he's messing with this machine, and it looks very, very stressful. I don't know what he's doing or what's going on, but there's like a reticle. And the reticle, it's like Dead Space, if you know, you know. Where the reticle has to be over a specific spot, and the further away you get from that spot, the worse it is for you. And it's getting, as he's doing it, it's getting further. It's like trembling further and further away. And as he's doing all this, Saul Guerrero is just talking about his life. He said, I was younger than you are now. I was a prisoner. They made a work camp in the jungle. No droids, no beasts, just men and cargo. Onderon jungle. Real jungle. Hot, wet, blistering jungle. Old men died fast. Just dropped where they stood. We came back the next day. There'd be nothing but a bone or two where they went down. So when he said that, I thought that, oh, there was like animals in the jungle that would eat them. But I don't think that's what it was. I think it was the Rhydonium. Because we find out Rhydonium is very caustic. I'll let him continue. Our clothes just melted away. So they worked us naked. 200-300 men. Boys, really. Back and forth until the only thing you could remember was back and forth. And one day, everyone started to itch. Everyone, all at once. Even the guards. You could feel your skin coming alive. It was the Rhydo. They had a leak. You could feel it before you could smell it. So they all panicked and ran away. But it was new to me. Woolman, he finishes it and he's done. He finished it. It's over. He did it. It was very stressful, but he did it. It should be noted that Will is wearing a mask. Saw is not. What happens next? It's done. Here, Saw walks open. Now he says, I'm going to open the valve. They're tapping into the Rhydonium, getting the fuel. And it starts, there's a steam coming out of this pipe here. Saw sees that and he goes immediately for it.
I have always loved you.
What are you doing?
This is not something you do to a caustic substance that could melt your skin off.
There it is.
How can you do that?
Because I understand it.
Because I understand it, he says. Because she's my sister, Rhydo, and she loves me. So, for anyone who has seen the Clone Wars, this face is kind of terrifying. Oh, man. I feel bad for Saw. Because I could already understand how a man could go insane fighting a war his entire life, but with the added context of the Clone Wars and this moment, it really points toward a direction for his hysteria. It's, yeah.
That itch, that burn. You feel how badly she wants to explode? Remember this. Remember this moment.
So it's some kind of feeling that the Rhydonium gives you. I wonder if it's like a drug. This perfect night. You think I'm crazy? Yes, I am. Revolution is not for the sane. Look at us. Unloved. Hunted. Cannon fodder. We'll all be dead before the Republic is back, and yet, here we are. Where are you, boy? Oh man, look at Willman. He looks so defeated. Oh man, I hate seeing him like this. Especially that line, unloved, hunted, cannon fodder. I think that's everything that Willman is feeling like right now. And he hears this man speaking to him and he realizes he understands all of those feelings. Because where is Bila? We haven't seen Bila once. What happened to Bila? We don't know. It's possible that he hasn't seen her in the entire year that we've been gone. And so, yeah, it's just not happened. It's sad, but like, yeah, that's, he feels unloved. He feels like cannon fodder. He feels worthless. But here's this man who might be giving him purpose. See.
Where are you, boy? You're here. You're not with Luthen, you're here. You're right here, and you're ready to fight.
So he says, you're not here with Luthen, you're ready to fight. And I think fight just, it has a visceral appeal to it. Like, you want to fight. You don't want to teach people how to siphon fuel. You want to fight. And this is his reaction to it. He takes off the mask and immediately starts gasping and coughing, yeah.
With the rhino, kid. With the fuel.
Says, we're the Rhino, we're the fuel.
With the thing that explodes when there's too much friction in the air. Let it in, boy. That's freedom calling. Let it in. Let it run. Let it run wild.
That is insane. Look at his face. Oh man, I feel scared for...
Run wild!
Like, look at him. He has a... his face is still so tired. But now he has, like, I don't know what I would call it, a look of determination, of motivation, of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not ferocity, tenacity. That's the word. Something in him has been awakened, and we're not going to see Willman after this scene. He's not in the next episode. I'm just afraid for what's going to happen to him. I wonder if we'll see him a year later, or if he's going to be dead. I don't know. I'm scared. I want to see what happens next, and oh, what happens to Willman. But yeah, that's the end of the episode. On to the next. What a Festive Evening, that's what it's called. Alright, I'm just getting through the intro. Let me get past the intro, please. Where's the skip intro button? There it is. So the first thing we see in this episode, what is it? Yes, so here we see Andor being picked up by Luthen in this place. And they have some small talk. You're late, yeah, whatever. They lift off, except for Coruscant, light speed. And he says, tell me about the Gorman fronts. You weren't there for very long. The logo. Don't get involved. That's what he says. That's it. That's your assessment? Just like that. 2 days in, you barely looked around. How do you know what I did? We heard it didn't go very well. Oh, you heard, really? I only left this morning. Well, they sent word. They're very prompt, the Gormans. What they are is impatient. They started too late, now they're rushing. That's awfully definitive. They're not ready, Luthen. I think they know that. That's not why we sent you. The Empire is building an army in the center of town. They say it's a new complex office, but everyone knows the truth. There's nothing to be done about it now. And the more trouble they make, the worse it will be. There's always something to be done. Oh yeah? Yeah, they have a plan. They want to hijack an Imperial transport to prove something that everybody already knows is true. Who's gonna care about it? The Empire will care about it. Exactly. In a place where they know nothing about fighting, they'll be crushed. They're finally wanting to do something, and you tell them to be careful. It doesn't matter to you, does it? It doesn't matter. Gorman in play? A new front line against the Empire? The chance for that? That's a triumph. You're thinking too small. You're thinking like a thief. I'm thinking like a soldier. Think like a leader. Think about a planet like Gorman and Rebellion. Planet of wealth and status. And if it goes up in flames... Let me rewind it because I love this line. Here, just listen to how he says this.
If it goes up in flames?
That face, dude. Oh, shoot, y'all can't see it. His face.
It will burn. Very brightly.
Now they understand each other. I guess they didn't understand each other before, but now they do. Luthen, he needs the Empire gone. He needs it gone. And if he needs to sacrifice a planet to do that, to get the other planets to wake up, he'll do it. If it means that it pushes the front lines forward. Andor says, I'll skip this one. We have two diametrically opposed individuals who are just not going to work together on this one. And I love the shot here because it shows them like looking in two different directions. I love the cinematic language in this. It's great. I love it when people understand that cinematic language is even an option in cinema. Like I hate when you get so much slop that doesn't know what it's capable of as the medium that it is. I love it when you get people who actually realize the power of their own medium. Get back to the gallery, where Leia's getting a phone call, and it's from Luthen. He says, "Waste of time. This piece isn't what we need." We knew that already. I thought seeing it in person would make a difference. I have a customer waiting. You were sourcing another item. It's being delivered as we speak. Ah, so who were they? They were talking about Andor. Andor is not the right guy for this job. But we have another person on the job. And when I saw this, I already knew who it was. You know who it is. Our good buddy, because this guy comes up the stairs and he says, he just starts tying his shoe. And look at that. It's Vel, everybody.
Visiting friends?
Visiting friends?
Why do you ask?
I'm curious by nature.
I have friends everywhere.
I have friends everywhere. There it is again. There's the code. He takes the bag. She leaves. They go their merry way. Again, around the memorial. Look at this shot, man. They're kind of reusing a shot here, but I don't even care. It looks great. Like, look, it looks beautiful. And at night, too. Dude, I'm so glad this show chose not to use the volume for their sets. They actually made their own sets. I'm so glad, because this looks amazing. And so much of Andor Season 1 felt amazing in a similar way, because when you're actually there in a place on location filming, and you film all that, you edit it down, and you send it to the audience, and the audience sees it. There's a sense of place in your work. There's a sense of place that can't be felt in the freaking volume. Like, I'm so glad the volume is being rejected, because it was, maybe there's something to the volume that can be done that is, not irredeemable. But as it stands, the way they were using it, or maybe the technology is just not there yet, it just didn't feel right. Like, at all. For those of you who don't know, the volume is a set that Disney has, where it's like a dome, and the entire dome is a screen, and they have special cameras that, when pointed at the dome, the screen background will change depending on where the camera is. Like, so basically, you have a digital set. The floor can be customized. You can bring in props and stuff. So you can have the dome look like you're indoors, or on a field, or in a dungeon, or in a spaceport. You can bring in props and stuff to make the ground look like that as well. But you can't do this. You can't have someone get off of a staircase and walk down the plaza. That's not possible in the volume, because you're in a room. You'll hit a wall before you start, getting this shot down. Who knows if you can even get the camera this high in the volume? I don't know how big it is. But yeah, like, this is so much better. Anyway, back to the show. Anyways, we're in the final episode, 4 hours and 45 minutes. We might be doing a 5 or 6 hour stream. Not bad. About the same amount of time as it took the last one. I was honestly getting afraid, because we were like getting up in runtime, and we were still in the first episode. I guess I didn't have a lot to be afraid of. Anyway, where's the logo? So there she goes. We see Andor walking through the apartment building, and he's finally back to Coruscant. And remember when I said that this apartment has like a rundown feeling? You can really hear that here. Like, listen to this. I have loud music, babies crying, and that's just from walking down the hall. Like, bro, I don't want to live here. And walks to his apartment. Got a nice corner apartment, and they have a secret knock, but Bix doesn't answer, and so he goes inside looking for her with his weapon out. And she comes out, and I guess she was sleeping, maybe. And they're finally back together, and so of course they kiss. Finally back, and they're so happy to see each other. They're so happy to see each other. They're very happy to see each other. Oh man, let me actually rewind, because they are happy to see each other, and you can see it in Cassian's face here. I love it. I love his face here. Like, look at his face. He's so happy he's back. Like, man, how nice. How nice. And he's like, wow, you actually cleaned up. Look at this place. It looks great. Looks much better than when I left. And she said, we're here. We might as well. The flowers. Says they're expensive, but they're beautiful. Was the trip okay? He says, it was different. Who were you? I was Varian Sky. I was a fashion designer. Here, you know what? Let me let Diego Luna take it away. Take it away, Diego. Explain it to us who you were to Bix. Look at Bix, how happy she is to see him.
I was Varian Sky. I was a fashion designer.
This is adorable.
Yeah. I was very, very pretty.
I love this.
I'm sorry I missed that.
Fresh blue suit, Corsanti shirt, polished shoes. Just your kind of guy. They're very happy to see each other. She says, "You must be hungry." He's like, "Wait, are you okay? Because, you know, when you're so happy to see each other, that's not something you usually say, especially, you know, when you're so busy being so happy to see each other." And he's like, "Hey, you okay?" And I like how they what's it called? How they look here.
You must be hungry.
Hey. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Was it dangerous, she asks? Gorman? No. Just all talk, a waste of time. Uh-huh. It's Luthen that scared me. Yeah, tell me about it. He came after you left. I didn't realize how shabby the place looked. What, he came? Yeah, he was gonna ask me for a weapons appraisal, but he changed his mind. Go out on your own? He waits for me to leave. He comes when you're alone. He changed his mind, so I rode back with him this afternoon. He never mentioned it. It happened. I know it happened, Bix. That's not what I'm saying. What is that? He knows you need a rest. He says, "What is that?" He knows you need a rest. He says, "I would have gone if he asked." That's not the point. He's so pissed off he's not going to tell me. He has to know we're having this conversation. He doesn't do anything without a reason. Maybe he just wants us to waste our time talking about it. Maybe. So this clearly bothers Andor. He feels very protective of Bix. Very protective. Like almost to a worry. I wouldn't say almost. He feels protective to a worrying degree. Like, look at his face here. We just saw his face looking so happy to be back. Now look at it. I love this show for how much it emphasizes characters' reactions to information. And I said this in the last stream. It's like Arcane, but live action. Like, seeing characters, how they respond. This is what happens when you have good character writing. And the plot is driven by its characters. And the characters are all across the board in terms of morality. If they're the heroes or the villains. They're all across the board in terms of factions. Like, wherever Will is, I don't know what Saw Gerrera calls his rebel group. But wherever he is, there was interesting seeing his reactions to different things. But yeah. An aspect I love about this show. We're back to Mon Mothma. And they're planning about talking to more senators and all this stuff. And she's actually speaking with Perrin about all this. It looks like they're on much more amicable terms now than season 1. And apparently they're going to finish their night doing whatever they're doing. They're going to finish at Skulden's party. Davo Skulden's party. Yes, why so difficult this season? You never struggle. He says, it's these dinners. I mean, how many years did you serve before we had a ceremony dinner? I count 80. 80 new senators, all hosting investiture banquets. It's tough squeezing a whole year's worth of insincerity into 3 nights. You'll figure it out. I wonder if that's a reference to a wedding. Squeezing years of insincerity into 3 nights. That's gotta be, right? Like, this Mon clearly didn't want the wedding. And that wedding was disastrous in terms of her mental health and Take Hulma especially. Well, there they go. What's next? We have, oh yeah, so Andor comes to Luthen's gallery, which Luthen sleeps at, by the way. Luthen sleeps at his gallery, and he's fuming. He's livid that he talked to Bix behind his back.
With her behind my back. You realize what you're putting at risk right now. It would have been so easy for you to tell me. When you leave here, and that will be immediately, you'll have brought a medallion that was missing from a shipment that Clea took this afternoon. A Darvian medallion.
He has to come up with a cover story on the spot to explain why Andor is here. There has to be an alibi for everything. So thank you for this, coming all this way. He tries to like slip into the Luthen gallery. He says, Andor says, what's wrong with you? This is the second time today you've let me down. You had to know she would tell me. I thought it would be interesting if she didn't. But now you've both disappointed in me. Or he says, you've both disappointed me. And that's the most important, right? How it goes for you. What's important is the cause. Kill me or take me in. You're in. Oh, but Gorman looks too painful. Bix is too vulnerable. I give you everything. This is everything? This fury, this lack of control? Violating every protocol we live by. Soft on Gorman, but willing to protect Bix at any cost. We're not droids, Luthen. We're not who we were when we started. Bix has to pull it together, or you will have to decide at what point it becomes too large a problem. Unless that's what you're doing right now. Oh, no. That's going to be up to you. I want her as strong as you do. It would just be easier if I was alone. I came with you to be part of something. You want my blood? You help me work this out. Thanks for the medallion, coming all this way. He just scoffs and leaves. Interesting scene. It does, like, I wonder what's going to happen to Bix. I'm worried for Bix, not only because she's suffering from trauma, suffering from drug use, suffering from guilt, but, like, I don't want her to become an issue for Andor and Luthen to where either one of them feels like they need to take action. That sounds like a very bad recipe for disaster. I am hoping that if the next arc takes place in a year later, I'm hoping Bix is still there. I hope she's still around. Anyway. Moving on. Partagaz. We get a scene with Partagaz, Lonnie, and Hirst. If I remember correctly. Yes. And he tells them that Dr. Gorst is gonna need their attention, I suppose. Says, Dr. Gorst's success invites scrutiny. Our cousins in military intelligence have been salivating over our interrogation results, and have convinced the Emperor that Dr. Gorst is too valuable to be a one-man ISB asset. He's to be expanded into a program. Sorry to hear that, sir. The Navy's donated a facility here to Coruscant. I want the two of you to represent our interests in this. Let me turn the sound on for this bit.
I'm counting on you to keep watch on these idiots.
An honor, sir.
Really? It's an assignment. Calibrate your enthusiasm.
Yes, sir.
Love this, and I especially love this next part too.
I'll have a brief sent down.
You're taking the lead on this.
Why did I say that?
Why did I say that? Trust me, brother, I've been in the same situation. Maybe not the exact same, but you get what I mean.
Fill me in after you've read the brief.
What?
So Lonnie immediately starts walking away, probably to tell Luthen what's going on. That Dr. Gorst, that Bix has been traumatized to a terrible degree from, that Dr. Gorst is being expanded into a old division or whatever, a program. So there's going to be a lot of Dr. Gorsts if they let this happen. So I imagine Lonnie, he's leaving to immediately tell Luthen about this, because this cannot happen. This cannot occur. And we're back to Gorman, it seems, with Vel. So this scene is very, very cool. I like this scene, because who do we see coming by? Look at that. Is that who I think it is? Is it her? It is. Look at this shot! Look at this! Look at this art on display here. You have two people who are two halves of the same coin. First of all, Vel, dedicated to the cause, no doubt, but she yearns for connection with Cinta. Whereas Cinta, she's also equally devoted to the well, she's devoted to the cause and does enough of what's asked of her the same way Vel does, but she is willing to banish the feelings that tie her to Vel. And that has created a rift between the two. And here we have them framed by this window, almost like yin and yang. Two halves that make a whole. You need both of these kinds of people for the rebellion. It's insane how good this show's cinematography is. She sits down. Vel asks, any trouble getting through? She says no. It was easy. My hair. She's cut her hair. It's short now. She says, I like it. Forget about it. And they're making small talk about the operation, but look at her face. There's emotion in that face. It's probably a mix of terrible feeling emotions like, I love you, but I haven't seen you, and I want to love you more, but I haven't seen you more, and I'm angry at you, and all this stuff that's going on. Oh my lord. The kid took it. And look at Cinta. This is a different face than we've ever seen Cinta have. I don't think we've ever seen this face on Cinta. It looks very somber and regretful. And I think we're gonna find out why, and I'll talk about it more once we've done that. All right, more small talk about the operation. I was told they don't know what they're doing. That's why we're not doing much. It's fast, it's simple. You brought I think I misread something. Ah, so Vel called her here because she thought they should meet first before they get to work. You know, have a moment to themselves. And Cinta smiles at that. Yay, we get to have a moment to ourselves. Or maybe she's just smiling at the fact that Vel was still thinking about her, even after not seeing her for so long. I was told you don't know what they're doing. Or, I was told they don't know what they're doing. She says, that's why we're not doing much. Okay, I did read it right. Interesting. They don't know what they're doing, that's why we're not doing much. Interesting. It's fast, it's simple. You brought the fuses? More than enough. And wait for some guy to pass by. We get a look at it tonight. And the crew, whole thing. If we don't like it, we walk. Let me play this part for y'all so y'all can hear their voice. Because there's anxiety in their words.
We gotta look at it tonight.
And the crew? Whole thing.
Do you see what I mean?
If we don't like it, we walk.
And they've gone over the whole thing. They've gone over it all. Now what do we talk about?
I told Luthen that I would only take this assignment if you were on it.
And look at Cinta's face hearing that. She looks happy, but also a tinge of sadness, and we'll find out why in a moment.
You're the only reason I'm here.
Look at this. Look at Vel's face. She hears that, and it says wistful music. I would say hopeful music starts playing, because they haven't seen each other for so long. After being away from someone for so long, you'd start to think, like, do they even want to see me? I mean, even in the very dire circumstances that they're in. Not even once, not even in a safe house, nothing.
I had an accident. I told him not to tell you. I knew you'd worry.
What happened?
I love her face. She's worried. Like, even though she's sitting here right in front of her. I'm gonna have to turn off the sound because I don't want to get copyright strike. Jess, what happened? I'll tell you about it someday. So she gets this look on her, like, I'll tell you about it someday, and then stares off into the distance for a moment. I think what happened was she killed Tay Kolma, and she made it look like an accident in the speeder. That's what I think happened. And she was injured, and she hasn't seen Vel in over a year. That's what I think happened. But yeah. It's been a long year. Yeah, that they confirm it. It's been a long year. Oh man, look at Vel's face here. Good lord. Oh man, the acting is so good. Excuse me. She said I had to rest up for a while. And look at her face here. She's looking directly at Vel, not breaking eye contact at all. It's like she's pleading with Vel to please understand, this is why I haven't seen you. Quite a while. I had time to think. Wish I'd known. Thought about you. And the waiter comes now, at possibly the worst time. And end scene. So we don't get to see any more of that scene, but it ends on a mini cliffhanger until that scene, until it comes back again, because now I imagine Vel is thinking about Cinta injured, having to rest for who knows how long within the year that they've been apart. She says, I had time to think. I thought about you. So that's a lot of time to think. And she was thinking of Vel. What does that mean? Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? What's happening here? Because Cinta has always put the cause first before Vel. Is this her changing that? Or is she putting the cause forward again? And they're gonna have to separate. What's happening? I would imagine that's what she's thinking. Anyway, next scene. We see a reflection of Dedra. Artigaz walks in. Our friend in Gorman. He just reached out, sir. There's an ISB field agent on site. They believe a rebel attack is imminent. There's been a rapid increase in local activity. And the shipments are running smoothly? Yes, sir. You walk a very narrow path, Dedra. Let me play the sound for you guys.
Cyril must never know what this is all really about.
I remind myself constantly, sir.
Very interesting. I wonder, it makes me wonder, what does Cyril think the end game is? I wonder what he thinks. Like, I think that's the sign of a great story, or at least great characters, when you just want to sit down and talk with them, or you just want to watch two of them sit down and talk to each other. I could just watch a podcast of these characters just talking to each other. It's great. And now we're back to the Gorman front, and we see this. This looks like just an assembly of parts just scattered about on a desk, but it's actually a map. This is the alleyway where they're going to be assaulting the Imperial transport. I think this is it. It's going to be going through here. They're going to stop it, knock out the driver, take the parts, and get away on a transport that's in the sewer. That's the plan. And they're asking, what's the fastest they could get here? 8 minutes, and we can slow them down. Let's call it 6 minutes. 6 minutes from the moment we go loud. So here we basically have two operatives instructing the rebels on how to operate. So it's ISB versus the versus Luthen, basically. We have ISB using I wouldn't say they're using the Gorman fronts as a proxy. They're manipulating them. They want them to be successful in this. And to an extent, to an extent, Luthen and his buddies, I guess I could call them Axis to talk about the entire group. Axis is trying to accomplish the same thing. They want Gorman to become a rebel front as well. I wonder how it's all going to come to a head, you know? I really do wonder. Going over the plan. Time's up. We leave with what we have. We don't get greedy. We need all the weapons we can get. And Rylance says, enough from you. He says, I'll say what I want. We're not just here to make a point. Some of us want to protect ourselves. Don't. Don't what? Don't talk. Don't think. Don't do as you're told. If you can't manage that, you don't belong here. The staging area feels right. There should just be enough time between the transports to do what we need to do. Tell me about the neighborhood. 3 families here, another 2 at the back, both with children. This building is empty at night. There's 5 units here, 2 in front, 3 at the alley. Do we control these rooftops? Most of them. And we can always lock a few doors. Fine, we'll talk about the back end. Let's talk about the back end. Every person in this room needs at least 2 alternative exit paths. Down below, you're driving the transport, right? That's our ride out. You're the end of our line, which means you do not move under any circumstances until you are told to do so. By who? By you? I live here. We put a lot into this. Rena, please. Bit rough taking orders from strangers. Your time means nothing. Prep is useless if you can't follow orders. You ready? Not so hard. Show me. So they're just going over the plan here, and there's a pretty consistent theme of the younger rebels, which is most of them, besides Rylance. Virtually all of them, basically. They're like, why are we taking orders from these guys? We're the actual Gormans who live on Gorman. We should be able to do what we want. It's a good plan. You've picked the right spot. Nobody needs weapons. Everyone has a way out. But right now, it's just a plan. We're here because you've never done anything like this. Can't stress this enough. You're going to need to respect the chain of command. Cinta and I will have blasters. Nobody else. And I mean nobody. We'll drop the carrier. We'll drop it and cover you for 6 minutes after that. But we do not go unless everyone here agrees to do exactly as they're told. This is a huge thing. Like, we need group cohesion for this operation. If we don't have that, we can't predict what will happen. It'll probably go badly for everyone involved. If that's not possible, this would be the time to say so. You mean now? Right now. When are you planning to do this? Tomorrow night. Intelligence gets stale. You might be too late already. Tomorrow it is. Everyone is, alright, we're doing this. Makes me, it's just a scene where everyone is getting everyone's getting ready. Everyone's getting the plan down pat. It's an effective scene. I like it. It establishes the rules of the operation, what their goals are, pretty much where all the players are going to be, what the boundaries are, how we want them to act. I like it. I like knowing this stuff. It's nice. But I'm leaning. And this next scene, I think it's Bix. Yep, she gets out her drugs. Still doing drugs. Stop it, Bix. Stop doing drugs. Andor wakes up. And sees that the light is flashing again. What could they need from Andor and Bix this late into the 3-episode arc? What could it be? I wonder. Well, and he comforts Bix. And he says, "You'll come with me." Hold on, let me rewind it a bit. She says, "Whatever the mission is, I'm coming." And look at her face. You can see her face in the reflection. She's frustrated. She wants to be with Andor. Because Andor's protective of her, but she must be protective of him as well. She's also high right now. He says, "Do you hear me?" And of course, he comforts her. He says, "You'll come with me. It's fine. You'll come with me." I wonder if he knows about the drugs, because she looks high, not like in the meme stoner way. She looks slightly out of it. I wonder if he knows, like if he can tell. He just hasn't said anything. Gotta scratch my eye. Anyway, I like all the subtle. I haven't pointed it out enough, but all the Gorman architecture, even this grate here, it all has subtle spider inspired imagery. This looks like a web. This same pattern was used on like what do you call cafes that have like chairs and tables outside and there's like an umbrella on top of those tables? Are those called something different, or are they just called an umbrella? I don't know. There were some of those near the cafe where Vel and Cinta were, and they had the same pattern, and spider they're on the walls. Like it's cool. I enjoy it. I like the consistency in the Gorman identity. Very neat. We get another scene with Vel and Cinta. So what do you think of the plan? She says, "Well, they're not stupid. We have the trigger. It doesn't feel right. We walk away." And there's this moment here where there's like a little bit of tension between them. Like, what do we talk about now? The driver, Drina. She should be up top with us. Did she say something else? Just a feeling. They must have another driver. Says, "I'm sorry I hurt you." From Cinta. I actually want to hear that.
I'm sorry I hurt you. I was confused.
Turn the volume down again just so we can get through this. She says, "I don't know who I am sometimes. I'm not perfect either," she said. Vel says, "You make yourself change. I've never done that. Luthen should have told me you were in trouble. I wasn't thinking clearly. All the more reason. He shouldn't have let you say no. He should have told me." I have to let y'all see this, because both of them are welling up.
All the more reason. He shouldn't have let you say no. He should have told me.
We're worth more to him separately than together.
They're both hurting. Says, "Well, that's something we'll have to talk to him about." And let me rewind real quick. When she says that's something we'll have to talk to him together about, Cinta gets this smile on her face. She said talk to him together about it. Like there's a lot of hurt between them, but they still love each other. They still feel a connection to each other, despite everything. And they're both just... they're just happy to see each other. Like, I can imagine not hearing from your loved one for a year. You start to wonder, like, not only do they not love me back or whatever, but are they even alive? Are they okay? And they are very happy to see each other. They are very happy to see each other. They are very, very happy to see each other. They're very, very happy to see each other. All right, the Senate. Ooh, the Senate.
Upon my life and honor.
So here we see the Oath Keeper, upon my life and honor. Here's where we find out what the oath is. It's taking an oath to the Empire to uphold it.
For the peace and bounty of all beings.
Peace and bounty.
My full allegiance. A galaxy of worlds.
And Mon Mothma, she's not even saying anything anymore. She's supposed to be repeating the words, but she's not even doing it anymore. There's a silent seething, a silent searing hatred for the Empire. Because she knows what it is. She knows the evil that they try to hide. She knows what they really are. And we get a shot of her arms.
A galaxy assembled.
Copyright.
An empire.
And not only is she aware of what the Empire is, but all these people taking the oath seem very happy to do it. They sound ecstatic. They sound very, very happy to do it. And yeah, she's not having it. She immediately walks out. Even Erskine is falling behind her. She is just not happy. Not happy at all. It's good to see Mon. She doesn't really have anything to do in this arc, but it's good to see her around. We got to see her trying to repeal the PORD. There's that. All right, and Clea and Luthen, their ride is here. They're getting ready. And they show us Clea putting on this jewel. This, what's it called? A brooch. They show her putting on a brooch. I wonder if that will become significant. Luthen's looking pretty spiffy as well. And they're going to Davos Skolden's party, and look at this place. Freaking look at it. It's huge. Like, holy cow. Galactic gangsters, I guess they get galactic money. I don't know. Now, here's, I think, the weirdest part of this show. I think it's here. It's Mon Mothma and Perrin. Yay, they're here. Here it comes. So here we see Senator Bail Organa, the adoptive father of Leia Organa. I'm like, oh, it's Bail. How good to see him.
Senator Organa.
And we see, oh, Mon, she says, oh, Senator Organa, how good to see you. And we see this guy coming, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Bale, how are you?
I'm free.
That's not Bail Organa. That's not him. That's a different actor. Did they... What? What's going on? Why is he a different actor? Let me look this up. I'm actually curious. Hold on. Make sure... Hold on. Let me make sure something... I don't want something to appear on screen with... What happened to Bail Organa actor in Andor? Yeah, he got replaced. Oh, it was scheduling conflicts. Oh, that stinks. That's unfortunate. But why have this scene at all? Nothing really gets accomplished in this scene. Wonder why. But anyway, yeah, that's not the right guy. I don't know why they chose to keep this scene if not important. Maybe he will appear in other episodes, and that's the reason why I wanted to introduce him, just to get the weirdness out of the way that this isn't the same actor, which is unfortunate. Apparently, it was just scheduling conflicts. Oh well. All right. Yep, I'm free. That was my last party of the season. Yep. Talking about stuff. Yeah, nothing really happens in that scene. Just stuff. Now here's an interesting scene. We see basically what looks like ISB Capcom being cleared out because the operation, the Gorman Front operation, is happening tonight. And the only people allowed to know about it are Artagaz and Dedra and Cyril. But Cyril's going to be on the ground. I guess I should say this. I guess the fact that Cyril and Andor were on the same planet, but they just missed each other. That's hilarious. I find that so funny. Just the idea that as Cyril is getting on a ship to go to Coruscant, Varian Sky is landing on Gorman. That's so funny to me. Anyway, moving on. They're clearing out the Capcom. Apologize for the inconvenience. And look at Dedra's face. She's nervous because it's going to be Cyril's life on the line tonight. He's not supposed to be doing anything risky. He's just watching. But you never know how these things might go. She looks a tad worried. We see, what's it called? Mon Mothma and Davos Skolden at the party. And we go back to the Gorman Front. So we're going to be switching. One of those times where everything's happening all at once. We're going to be switching. Alright, they signal that everyone is in place. Getting the transport ready. And Cyril is over here watching. Relaying the events back to ISB Capcom. Are we on schedule? Yes, sir. We're all set here. Everything seems to be going according to plan. And Luthen is out here enjoying the party. And here's Clea talking to Mishko about the forgery, and she's so stressed. Oh, Skolden's been so relentless. And she's like, oh, I'm so sorry you're going through this. You haven't told Luthen about the reappraisals, have you? He says, no, I promised, didn't I? Yeah, sorry. Oh, don't worry. You're just stressed is all, you know? Just small talk between friends. And look who's here. We have Hirst, Lonnie, and as it turns out, I forget the name of the last guy. Here he is. Starts with an L. I forget his name, though. The guy who's balding. He says, we come every year to this party. Partagaz had an emergency and tossed us the invites. So I guess to incentivize people not to show up at ISB Capcom, he just sends them here. He's like, oh, go enjoy yourself at a party. I guess he says, I had my invites, but I have an emergency, so you guys get to go. How nice of Partagaz. And he says, where's your buddy? Oh, he'll be here. I wonder who he's talking about. I wonder who his buddy is. Oh, I wonder I wonder who it is. Back to the Gorman front. They're setting down. At first, I thought these were AT mines, but no. Then I was like, wait, no, they can't be because they need the cargo, and the cargo could be weapons, and they don't want to blow those up. So these are like either EMPs or ion. I don't know. They're making small talk in Davos Golden's party, but then Luthen and Mon Mothma get a moment to themselves. And Mon Mothma talking about Vel, she says, I haven't heard from my cousin. Luthen says, she's probably just being careful. Well, tell her to check in with me. Something urgent she needs knowing? Yes, I care about her. It's another dig at like how the cause is always at the forefront of Luthen's mind. And they're about to start the exhibition for the art collection. Oh, but it's only for a chosen few. And I guess with I guess Clea and Luthen would be invited. And they're gathering the people who are invited, because apparently it's not a public showing, it's only for a few people. And there are some ugly aliens in this party. Look at this guy. Look at this guy right here. Or woman? I'm not sure. They have no eyes. They just have a brow on their eyes. That's insane. Oh, man. But yeah. Get back to it. So Clea, she's also on her way to steal back the bug that they left. And she grabs Lonnie, and Lonnie is probably terrified to see her here. Perhaps you remember me, Clea. You came by the shop to find something for your wife. Oh my gosh, look at his face. Look at his face. Lonnie! Lonnie! I feel, oh man, I hope Lonnie makes it through okay. I don't want him to die. Dude, me and Texan, we were watching this and we're like, okay, Brasso died last time. Who's gonna die this episode? Because it was getting stressful when all this stuff happens at once. Like, oh man, someone's gonna die. I can feel it. Something's gonna happen. Who is it? Please don't be Lonnie. Please don't be. And I was thinking to myself, I would be upset if any of these people die. I don't want any of them to die. I like them all. Anyway. What are you doing here? We had a fascinating conversation. Your friends will think we're flirting. There's no harm in that, is there? I mean, Lonnie has a wife. Are you out of your mind? Do as I say, and everything will be fine. Oh my gosh, dude. I feel bad for Lonnie. He's being put through the ringer. Alright, here comes the transport. But back to the collection. Our latest edition. And the Miracle Man who helped secure this very special piece is actually here with us tonight. There, he's just showing him stuff. Oh my gosh. So here's the reveal. Here's the reveal. Oh, I wonder who that guy's buddy was. Who was he talking about?
Right. Director Krennic, Luthen Rail.
Oh man. Dude, Texan and I, our anxiety shot through the roof when Krennic was revealed. Oh god, it's Krennic. What is he doing here? Oh man. So yeah, Krennic is involved now.
Pleasure.
How kind you are.
I love director Krennic. I love, and something interesting happens here. Krennic and Mon Mothma get into like a heated argument. It's like one step behind a heated argument. But everyone else is clearly uncomfortable, but not one of them. None of them want to tell them to stop because one of them is a senator and one of them is a director for the Empire. It's very fun to watch. Like, listen to this.
Perrin Firther, I'm sure you've met before.
Oh, yes, I've been a guest at her committee several occasions.
How pleasant to see you free of the witness stand.
Just a little bit of spice between these two.
What a festive evening this has become.
What a festive evening. I love it. And everyone else is like, yeah, sure. So what are we looking at? Yes, the Lost Terran, blah, blah, blah. The camera shows Clea and Lonnie secretly entering into the exhibition to go to the art piece that they need to remove the bug from. She says, I'm showing you something special to sort of establish an alibi. And he says, do you have any idea who's in this room right now? You're not smiling. This is suicide. It's my favorite object in the collection. I was heartbroken when we sold it. Luthen will tell them that's why I'm so keen on visiting with it. Look at this. Look at her. She's great. So let me rewind it just a sec so you can see the juxtaposition between Lonnie, who is like internally screaming, versus Clea, who's calm and collected. Look at this. Great.
This is suicide.
It's my favorite object in the collection. I was heartbroken when we sold it.
Copyright. She's just going off on her, oh, this is my favorite piece in the collection.
Luthen will tell them that's why I'm so keen on visiting with it.
That smile. Because she switches like, oh, this is why I'm here. This is, I love this piece. That's why Luthen will tell them that's why we're visiting with it. Like, she's getting stuff done judiciously. Lonnie is very, very tense. Here comes the transport. It's coming. Here it comes. And she's watching over the mines, making sure that she does it now. And they do this cool thing to account for the driver, where, so Cinta runs up, or no, that's somebody else. Somebody else, maybe it is Cinta, I don't know. She puts a mine on the door, and the mine goes off, and you actually see the driver on the inside get knocked unconscious. Yeah, over there. He's done. And it opens. So now they can take out all the cargo that's in there. Very interesting way to stack cargo. What is the scientific reason for them not using box trucks in this universe? You can get at least 3 stacks of those in a U-Haul. Moving on. All right. Time to get started. And they're back at the art exhibition. And Luthen is quietly watching Clea go to work. I mean, Luthen is still internally screaming. She says, "Move slightly to your left. Tell me what you're doing." "I'm removing a listening device from this piece, and you're going to help me by blocking the view." "Can't possibly be serious. The Tinian Codex was forged 2,000 years ago, on a planet where sight was considered a disability. And what were you going to do if I wasn't here? Anything I had to. This is do or die, Lonnie, so move to your left. And listen closely because we may be tested." She takes off her brooch. Turns out that it's some kind of key or something. They're taking all the cargo, making sure to... And what they do is they take the cargo, move it over to the sewer, and instead of like walking down with it, they just slide it down, which is very cool. We get to see a nice camera shot going all the way down the tunnel, probably on some kind of zip line. I'm not sure. And there it goes. It goes into the truck. It's easy as that. They just got to do it probably like 20 more times. "This piece will eventually, as my greed subsides..." Oh, that's Davo talking about whatever. She gets the device in there, the key, whatever it is, and she's working on removing the bug. Now, Vel and Cinta are there supervising. Just don't rush, smooth is faster. Got a timer. Now they're moving closer. They're moving closer to where these two are. And this is a moment where what's it called? Director Krennic decides to pipe up about what his knowledge of the art piece. Because apparently this art piece is let's see what Davo says about it.
There's a particular theme on this side of the gallery.
Pause for copyright. Let me actually do this so we can get directly to where Krennic is talking. He says there's a Carmenian helmet. It's a few centuries after the Grand Conflict. Then we get to Krennic.
Battle of Carmine at the ISB Academy.
We studied it at the ISB Academy.
It wasn't much of a battle, was it?
No, how right you are.
Tinians believe all language.
So they are just talking, but there's Mon Mothma is constantly bickering with Krennic, just trying to humiliate him, and it's hilarious. So they all believe that all language can be reduced to touch. Their skin was so sensitive. Very few Carmenians lived to tell the tale. And she suddenly stops.
Have a long history of puffing up their failures.
We were taught it was a systematic execution.
Well, that is exactly my point. Criminals love to lie.
I'll put on the thing here.
After all, who wants to die for lawless ineptitude?
I love how you have 3 different people here. Here's Mishko, just kind of like, yeah, You have this guy who's like, yeah, you tell him, boss. Because remember, Krennic's his buddy. Then you have Davo's wife just take another sip of my drink.
Well,
how much longer?
And you come to Lonnie, who's just like, please, how much longer? Even the music's like really rising in tension. Oh, I love it. Great. And Clea can't go, she can't do it. It's stuck. And Lonnie, he's like, what do you mean it's stuck? Let me get this logo back up. Don't want to get nuked by the mouse. Alright, they're offloading the cargo. And we see a lady walking home. And she says, "Oh, there was an accident. What? Do you need help with the bags? Oh, but I was almost home." Oh, poor lady. Oh man, she's really trying to get that thing. Shift right. I'm walking away. Do as I say. You gotta remember, Lonnie is trapped. I mean, they even go as far as to say it exactly that way. When Lonnie wants out of he wants out of the ISB, he wants out of the cause. Luthen says, "You know you can't retire. They would never allow that, and we can't let you go with all the knowledge you have in your head. You're trapped, Lonnie. You're trapped with us." And obviously, him saying that you can't be allowed to run around with all that knowledge in your head, that's clearly a threat that if Lonnie does anything they don't like, he's going to be killed. So Lonnie, in this situation, is quite literally being grabbed by Axis and saying, "You cannot leave." And his face spells it all. He's just like, "Oh my god, what have I gotten myself into?" They're still getting cargo. This is the clip. This is the clip that I love. Hold on, almost here. This is the clip. Let's go. Whenever you get into an argument, all you have to do is just repeat what Director Krennic says here.
Fixated on defining people by their resistance to power.
Words do still have meaning.
Words still do have meaning.
Yes, I'm sure we can still agree on that.
What's
I love that quote. Words still do have meaning. What's the word for people like the Carmine who simply wish to be left alone? Vulnerable? What's the word for people who skin trespassers alive? Is that what they did? It was a very long time ago. Well, they had their own code of conduct. Let me actually rewind. I want to hear them say it.
They wish to be left alone.
Vulnerable? What's the word for people who skin trespassers alive?
Is that what they did?
It was a very long time ago.
They had their own code of conduct.
Look at Perrin's face. He tried to come in and say, "Oh, it was a very long time ago. What about now? Let's talk about now." And Mon continues, and he's just like, Mon, why? We were so close to getting out of this conversation. And I love how Mon... So I don't know anything about the Carmine. I don't know about anything about them at all. Krennic says that they were skinning people alive. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. But if they could have been left alone, I don't know. I'd have to learn more. But skinning people alive? I don't know. Is that... You also got to remember, is that real or is that just Imperial propaganda? Who knows?
Ah. My rebel is your terrorist. Something like that.
I love this guy. I love him so much. He was wasted in Marvel when he played a freaking, what was it? Skrulls? Whatever they're called. I don't know. I checked out on Marvel a long time ago.
What a swell party this is.
I love Krennic. Oh, it's too bad he dies in Rogue One, dude. It's really too bad. He's such a good villain. They're putting both hands on top, get it to hold it steady. She is trying her hardest to get this thing out. Her hand is bleeding. So Cinta, she's walking off for some reason. I forgot why. Let's see. Oh yeah, so that lady who was helping that older lady get home, she's wandered off. She didn't tell anyone where they were going. That one guy who saw her walk off, didn't tell anybody. He's not telling anyone now for some reason. So Cinta is off to look for her, I suppose. And Cyril is still watching. And she is still bleeding from her hand, trying to get this thing out. And you remember this guy? Lazine, that's his name. Lazine. What's this? Hey, slow down, slow down, slow down. You need to return and go home. This guy. This isn't for you. Just turn around and walk away. So, I'm wondering what. Let me show what happens. Then I'll talk about it. Lazine he shoves the guy out of the way and says, "Get the chob out of my way." And this guy takes out a blaster and pulls it on Lazine. This idiot has a blaster. Is that a toy? Just turn around and go home. Go home. It better be a toy. Because if it isn't, I'm going to stuff it down your ignorant little throat. This is serious. You need to go. You dare point that thing at me? And of course they get into a fight, and one shot gets shot and it gets let off. And everyone hears it and immediately stops what they're doing. Cyril calls shots fired, shots fired. Only one. And it turns out the person that was shot was Cinta. Out of all the people that died here, it was Cinta. And hold on. Vel is just in disbelief. I don't know if she's processing what's happening right now. She's just in disbelief. Cyril says, I can't see it from here. Bartigaz says, never mind that. Call the response team. And come in loud. Make sure they know we're on our way. But yeah, Cinta was killed before she could properly have that discussion with Vel and Luthen about them being together. It sounded like they were finally going to have some modicum of permanence to their relationship, finally. And then she dies. She gets killed. It sucks. Like, that's just how it's set up here. Okay, you need to stand. We need to move. We need to get out. And God bless Lazine. He carries Cinta's body out of there. He's clearly the strongest one there. And this moron looks like disturbed. He looks devastated. I hope he feels horrible for the rest of his life that he did this. What a... Oh. Okay, maybe not that harsh, but... He has messed up big time. This will follow him for the rest of his life. He will never be the same. They pick up Cinta's body and Lazine helps them take it away. So, I guess now that the scene has passed, let me go ahead and talk about this. Lazine was one of those guys at the town hall meeting, and everyone was saying they're building a fortress, they're building some kind of army or something. He was one of those who's against it. He's against the shipments. He's against all of it. And then, walking home one night, he sees Gormans, who are looting one of those transports. And this somehow riles him up. like if I were him and it's like, oh, nice, and I would just find another way home or wait for them to pass, you know? I don't know, man. Maybe it's because maybe he's like a brute or something. But then I was afraid that, are they gonna have to kill Lazine now because he's seen all of this? The answer is no, they don't. For some reason, they just never bring it up. Maybe he's joined the Gorman Front. I don't know. But yeah, that happens. And we get to the Codex. And Clea and Lonnie are there. The Codex is where the bug is. And I love this little aside. We see everyone looking at the Codex. Oh, wow, look at it. First of all, we see Mon Mothma looking disgusted by Krennic. Look at her face. She hates Krennic with a passion, dude. She hates being here with him. And Perrin is like, I guess, trying to calm her down. Then we see Luthen off to the right, standing next to Lonnie, and Lonnie's like, please, I've done what you've asked. Leave me alone, please. And he looks at him, and he looks back, then Luthen looks at him. Very, very interesting. I love the character work. All these characters have so much to them, and you can see it all on display from a look. That's been the theme of this show, I feel. Not the theme of the show, but the theme of like what I've been talking about this show. It's all in its characters. The characters make the world go around.
I understand that this piece is a favorite of yours.
And then Krennic is looking at Clea, which I did not expect.
It's very special.
Why?
And she motions for Lonnie. Hey, Lonnie, why don't you tell us, since I was telling you all about it? That's why we were here, right? Right?
It's a book. You read by touch. Your hand. It's from a planet where blindness was considered a gift.
Oh, well. I'm sure we can all think of some people who'd be right at home.
Mon Mothma's face at that mark is like, sure, Krennic. I hate you. I want to kill you.
Feel free to touch. I often find myself wandering by and closing my eyes.
Copyright.
Wonder at another world.
And those beeping sounds, those are the I don't know, reinforcements coming? I don't know. It's the dispatch team that Partagaz sent for. See Cinta being taken down the sewers with them. They're all, oh man, dude. And Vel is just devastated. Look at this. Look at her face.
Come on. We have to go.
She is absolutely devastated and feel so sorry for her. Cyril is there. He's made it out alive. I mean, he was never really in danger, but I imagine hearing that blaster probably got his heart pumping. The dispatch units, and here we see aerial version of their plan. So we saw the map before. Now this is what it actually looks like. So here we see, hold on, let me get my mouse on this. Here we see the dispatch unit coming to the transport here. Cyril is somewhere here. I don't know where Cyril is, but as it's coming down here, there's more there. We see the Gorman front escaping here. Very cool to see how they escape. And then we get, I think, is this the scene? Yes, it's here. We get a very heavy scene here. In case you can't see it because of the logo, Vel is sitting here. Cinta's sitting here. Vel is sitting here, right next to the guy that shot Cinta. I have to show this part, so he's obviously troubled by what he's done. Look at her turning her head. That face. What she says too.
Are you crying?
And it's the little ticks in her face, her neck muscles moving as she tries to suppress a sob, her face scrunching up as she tries to contain her anger. Her eyes red from tears. It's very well done.
Are you?
And he looks away, of course.
Look at me. Look at me. There's no place to hide. Look at me.
Her face here too. You see it even better.
I'm not going to say remember this because I don't have to. This is on you now. This is like skin.
I love that delivery. This is like skin. I'm gonna show you her when she says that.
This is on you now. This is like skin.
Oh, the performance. I can't find more words to convey it. It's really, really convincing. This is top tier.
You're taking her with you wherever you go for the rest of your useless life. Don't you look away from me.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
She was a warrior.
And to an extent, you have to feel sorry for the young guy. I forget his name. Enzo or something. I don't know. Because truly, he just wanted to help his own planet. That's understandable. And he got too big for his britches and disobeyed orders, brought a blaster with him. All of this could have been avoided if he just followed orders.
She was everything that you have daydreamed about. She was a blooded, fearless warrior whose loss will be...
Dude, he is... Everyone is giving a great performance here, because look at this guy. He is devastated. He's openly sobbing in front of his closest friends. And none of them are there to comfort him. In fact, this complete stranger who helped him accomplish this victory is here chastising him, and it's completely deserved. There's no, like she said, there's nowhere to hide. This is painful.
Be mourned in ways that you will never understand. She was a miracle.
The music too, it's so good.
And you, to die like this because of you. Some whining, simpering, foolish child. Don't you dare cry.
It's a tough scene. Really, really tough scene. Yeah, like, that's how it is.
You'll make up for this forever.
And his friends look at each other like, nothing much else to be said. I mean, what could they say? You know? And Clea and Luthen are walking out. I guess I'll play sound here.
What fun.
You're welcome.
So we exit that scene, back to Davo Skolden's party.
What fun.
You're welcome.
They got the bug. Everything worked out. Everything worked out just fine.
My face hurts from smiling.
Face hurts from smiling. She's taking out her hand because it's probably cut. It was bleeding earlier.
Complain all you like, it worked.
You should have killed Krennic while we were up there.
So this scene, it's funny because all of the stress, all of the secrecy, all that was at stake. Because it's not just them. If they get caught, that leads the Imperials back to their gallery. And who knows everyone that could be caught because of the information at their gallery. And they finally get the bug back. And once they're, you know, free, Luthen just says out loud, and on a, I guess, would you call this a courtyard? I don't know what this is. He just says, we should have killed Krennic up there. Just letting some of that stress out. And I think some people might think that placing this scene next to Vel's scene, talking to the boy about Cinta, some people might think that it's not, that it doesn't jive well. It's like emotional whiplash. So I would like to say I don't think it is, because you got to remember, I'm playing this for you at a much slower pace. And so there's more really to talk about in Vel's scene than there is here. This is just like a, haha, we did it. And when you're watching this, you know, as you do naturally, it comes off as very natural. Didn't mean to repeat myself, but it reminds me of the scene in The Dark Knight where the Joker, he's killing one person for every day that Batman doesn't reveal himself to the world, his secret identity. And Batman decides, I can't have this blood on my hands. I have to give up being Batman, probably go to prison, probably get killed. But it's worth it if Gotham has someone to, you know, keep them safe. And he believes that to be Harvey Dent. You know, I'm not here to talk about The Dark Knight, but anyway, they're destroying what they have of their intel. They're getting rid of their gear, all of that. They're keeping it safe in a hidden away location. And once it's all done, the room is empty. They're turning out all the lights. And they're walking away in what might be their final moments together. Bruce and, oh my god, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. His butler. Oh my god, why am I forgetting? Oh, I had it. It was just there. What was it? Oh no, no, no. Alfred. Wow, I can't believe I forgot Alfred's name. Oh my god, the most real homie there is, and I forgot his name. I'm so sorry, Alfred. Anyways. Him and Alfred, they're walking out, they're turning out all the lights in what might be their last few moments together, and Alfred, he sighs as, I suppose I'm to be arrested too as your accomplice. And Bruce says, accomplice? I'm gonna tell him the whole thing was your idea. I think that's my favorite, excuse me. I think that's my favorite line in a film. In film. That is one of the best lines I've ever heard because it's so masterfully placed. I don't think any line has as much of respect from me. I mean, there are great lines. I'm not gonna deny that. Like, I never thought I'd die next to an elf, or you were right, Luke, you were right. Things like that. Yeah. High tier lines from cinema. Solid Snake's lines to ride in. Stuff like that. All kinds of great stuff. Even Luthen in this show has had amazing lines. This show has had great speeches. Like, great speeches in the style of, like, I forget his name right now, but the guy who did, like, The Haunting of Bly Manor and The Haunting of Hill House. Wonderful speeches. Is it Mike Hannigan? Maybe. Anyway. But that line really holds up for me. I really, really like it. And I feel like that's how this scene is. Like, it's after a heavy moment, but there's a bit of levity to top it off. I enjoy it.
That's the spirit.
That's the spirit. And they both laugh together. I wonder if that was improv. It just looks like improv. Like, look at how naturally Clea laughs here. It's so funny.
You should have killed Krennic while we were up there.
Look at that. Like, that looks real. And Luthen, he's trying not to laugh.
That's the spirit.
Oh, man. It's just... Oh, man. This show is so beloved to me. I love it so much. They go flying off back to the gallery or something, I suppose. Get rid of the bug somehow. Then we're treated to this. Immediately, we see... Who is it? We see Dr. Gorst. Now, why are we seeing Dr. Gorst? What if I play it really low? Maybe that'll help. He's going up. Oh, I should put the logo on. Shoot. He's going up the stair, or the elevator. Going into this room. Oh, yeah. Just getting started on the day's work, or whatever. And, you know, I'm gonna pause for copyright, because I still have the logo off. Oh, it's so over, bro. It's so over. I'm so sorry, dog. It's over. This is where your story ends. This is where your story ends, dude. It's over. It's never been more over. Oh, my lord. It's over. It's over. He's done. Let me see what I can get away with here. He turns around and is surprised, of course.
Get in the chair.
Get in the chair, she says.
I know you.
Get in the chair.
I love this. So, this is something I didn't realize before, but if we look at Gorst's face, his face isn't anything like we've seen in Bix's dreams. Probably because she remembered him a certain way, and this is the first time we're ever seeing Gorst in a stressful situation.
Get in the chair.
I know you.
Get in the chair.
Like, look at his face here. He's like, what are you doing? What's going on? Like, he looks like a completely different person with this face on.
How do I know?
And, yeah, she's...
It will only feel like forever.
Dude, look at his face here. It'll only feel like forever. He's starting to realize, oh, I'm not just being captured. This is the end. And his face, the way it lights up in complete, utter terror. He's like, no, 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 you're not. You're not. If I were Bix, I would have taken the cake. I would have taken the cake. The way she shushes him, she's probably enjoying this. No judgment here. I can never, hopefully never, identify with what Bix is going through here. Honestly, I was wondering, like, if this was a dream or not when I was first watching it. I was like, is this a dream? Could it be? Oh, he's so afraid. It's over, dude. It's over. It's over. And she's operating the panel that we saw at the very beginning of this arc. This is the same panel. Same one. She knows what's to do. She knows what to do. Oh, it's... Let me put the logo on. I'm getting afraid I'm showing too much. And that light, that red light, that's what shows up when it's primed. And we saw that in the original, in the beginning of this show. We saw the red light turn on, and then we saw the levels get raised by Dr. Gorst. And he's seeing that same light now, and she knows what it means. Gorst knows what it means. This is terrifying. This is positively terrifying. This is what Star Wars is capable of. I'm sorry if people think that this is too serious, but I think it's freaking awesome. This is what Star Wars is capable of. It's great. Like, if Darth Vader is allowed to be terrifying, why can't just a random lady who put her own torturer in the torturing chair, why can't that be terrifying, huh? Fantastic. In this song, I can't wait to get this Spotify. I can't wait to get this album, bro. And the way that, just look at how this open, bro. This cold open. Pause it for copyright.
Hey, who are you? Nobody's allowed in here.
Don't even care. Just start walking. And I won't play the music too much because I don't want to get copyright struck. But yeah. This is how they close out the episode. She kills Dr. Gorst in probably the most brutal way and most poetic way. At first I was like, wait, so this isn't a dream. How did she get in there? But then I saw Andor there. And I'm like, oh. So they probably worked together to get in here. And they're both seasoned spies at this point. They're like over 2 years into this. Because we know that Luthen had Bix working for him for a while. I don't know if Willman and Brasso were working for him, but they all knew about him. And Andor was working. Like they're all trained at this point. So they're walking out, and I will show this part. They're walking out, and Andor, he takes out some kind of device. She gets this smile on her face, like, heck yeah, we did it. Beau Willimon, you did a fantastic job. Love it. So I will say this about these episodes. There was a lot of great character work going on here. Very, very good. I don't think there's as much as could be gleaned from the first arc, but it was enjoyable nonetheless. It was just because it was less character introspection and more plot and moving around the plot, but also great character writing around that plot because the characters are the ones driving the series forward. They're the ones making the choices that makes things happen in this show. And I'm enjoying it a lot. Because that's the thing, like, if this was a show that didn't have the characters that it does, or the writing that it does, and it still had the same events, but without the character motivations, first of all, it would fundamentally be an entirely different show. But let's say they somehow got it to work, but the characters were more drab. It would not be nearly as impressive. It would not be nearly as entertaining because it fills in so much of the world. So much of what is happening in the scenes is not happening with the plot. It's happening with the characters. The characters are all going through their own trials. They're all going through their own things. When the important stuff doesn't happen, there's still important stuff happening internally with each and every one of them. And I love that. Absolutely adore it. But yeah, that's Andor arc number 2, episodes 4 through 6. I quite enjoyed it. I very much enjoyed it. I loved it a lot. But I don't really have much else to say about it. I really, really like. I think I would have more to say if I had taken more notes, because taking notes this week was kind of impossible at a certain point, unfortunately. But hopefully that'll change for the next arc, because I am excited to see what the next arc is going to be. But yeah, that was Andor, everybody. I don't know what else to talk about other than the show. I was hoping that some people might be able to join me for these, but it just hasn't happened, which is fine. It's not like a deal breaker. I would really like to get someone on to talk about these things, though. I don't think a single one of my friends other than Texan is watching this show. Which, oh man, I want to talk about it with other people. That's why I have these yap sessions. 6.5 hours later, we're finally done talking about Andor. But yeah, that was Andor Season 2, Episodes 4 through 6. I highly enjoyed them. And I am very excited to see where things go in the future because I want to see what happens to Gorman. So, seeing what happens to Gorman over the coming years, if they keep on skipping a year every arc, that's going to be insane. Seeing what happens to Gorman, what happens to Cyril and Dedra, what happens to Cyril, period. I really like Cyril, and I'm scared for what might happen to him. I love the nuance of the characters, the fact that I really like Cyril and I want him to live, even though he's pretty firmly placed in the enemy camp at the moment, but he has nuance. He just wants to do the right thing, and I guess he thinks that the Empire is worth fighting for. And I guess after being given a assignment by the ISB and working for them, he feels that even more so. Seeing Dedra, I wish we got to see more of Dedra. We didn't see a lot of her at all. We didn't see much of Mon Mothma, which I'm sad to hear because I really loved her in the first arc with the wedding. That was so good. I want to see more of Vel after losing Cinta. Oh man, a year of no Cinta. What would that do to Vel? Oh, Luthen and Clea. So excited. I'm so excited, but I'm also anxious on what's going to happen to these characters. What's going to happen to Will? What's going to happen to Willman? I'm afraid. I'm afraid. But there's not much else to talk about. I can only speculate that Gorman is going to be a... Whatever happens, it's going to be a large... what's the word? It's going to be a sight to see. Whatever happens, it's going to be a sight to see. But yeah, that's it. That's my coverage of Andor Season 2, Episodes 4 through 6. Third time saying it. I don't know why. And I'm glad that anyone who watches this, I'm glad that you watched it. Thank you for watching. Please like, share, and subscribe. Show it to your friends and your family. Talk about it at the dinner table. Y'all, I've been winning lately. One last thing. I've been winning lately. I got paid from my bounty hunting job. I got this cool hat. You can't see it, but I have the Horizon hat from Trepang 2. I got that. Dude, I'm so happy. God is good. God is good. But yeah, that's it. Goodbye. Goodbye forever. See y'all later. Goodbye. Goodbye.